Okay, good morning or good afternoon, everybody, depending on where you are, which time zone you're in. My name is Nikos Milonopoulos. I am an associate professor at Alba Graduate Business School, the American College of Greece. So what I've prepared to share with you today is how we at Alba, we envision the challenges that the digital economy presents us, the challenges that we expect in the coming years, and how we design our programs, our education, in order to prepare our students and our graduates for the digital world that we're living in. Now, you've probably heard and read a lot about the future of work and how automation is changing or is likely to change, what skills will be in demand, and how the work environment will be like. But I want to revisit this discussion in a more specific way. Basically, I will try to explain how there is no distinction any longer between someone with the technology skills and someone with business skills. Business and technology are merging, have merged. It's more or less one and the same, and I will try to explain what that means. And so business people need to have technology skills, and engineers and those of you with a technology background need to have business skills. So this is what I will try to explain and develop in the next few minutes, in the next hour or so. All right, so let's get straight into this discussion and get some basic facts, right? So the changing demographics, especially in the developed parts of the world, and also the advances in in medicine and biotech and so on and so forth, means that we're going to be living longer working lives. We're going to be working for longer. We're not going to get our pension at 65 or 67, whatever it is in your country. We're going to be working much longer than that because the economy will demand it, and also because we will be able to do so, right? However, change will be coming in much more frequent waves, which means that the skills that we acquire early in our education or in our careers will become obsolete faster, right? So it means that every 4 to 5 years or so, we will need to renew our knowledge and skills in order to remain productive in the economy and competitive in the job market. Right? So this is a baseline on which we establish our discussion. It also means that from the point of view of education, whether you're a student or a university, you're looking at two levels of knowledge and skill. One level is what we would call long-term competencies, right? The kinds of skills, knowledge, and abilities that you need to acquire relatively early on, and they will serve you for the entirety of your working life and beyond, right? So these are things like communication, collaboration, ethical thinking and decision-making, the ability to conceive, analyze problems, the ability to exercise a critical eye on a situation and question the assumptions in a discussion, right? So these are the so-called long-term competencies. At the same time, as I said on the previous slide, we're going to need to renew the more practical and applied skills that make us productive in a particular time frame, in a particular context. Okay. Now, what these skills might be, it will definitely involve different kinds of technical skills, also different managerial tools and techniques, different ways to, as products evolve, as technologies evolve, we're going to need different ways to communicate, sell, support. As markets evolve, we need different ways to engage with customers and business partners. Okay, so these are sets of skills that we will need to renew every so often. So immediately we are facing a particular challenge. And the challenge is that whereas in previous years we would go to school and the university and then maybe do some postgraduate degree, and this would be our stock of knowledge, our armory, let's say, that then we deploy throughout our professional careers. From now on, this will not be enough. From now on, we will need to return to to learning on the job, but also back at the university or online or in different ways. Now, let me go ahead and just try to lay out what I think are some skills that have become very important as we move into the digital economy, right? So this is not to say that everything else that we learn at school and university is not relevant any longer, but this is the emerging perspective on the types of knowledge and skills that we need already today, and we're going to be needing in the years to come, if our societies, our economies, our companies are going to adapt to this digital world that we live in, and on which I want to say a little bit more later on. So first and foremost, the digitization of pretty much everything means that that business strategies nowadays are about understanding and competing in terms of platforms. Successful companies are either successful platforms, like Amazon or Airbnb or Uber or this type of thing, or they successfully collaborate with large platforms. They know how to compete against other platforms. They know how to grow. They know how to serve their customers. All right. So business strategy today is about platform thinking. And that's number one. Number two is that we all need to know how to code, right? Now, if you're an engineer or a computer scientist, then you know that already, probably. If not, you still learn to code not in order to become a software developer, but for the same reason that you learn a foreign language. Not only a foreign language is a tool to communicate with people from other cultures, but a foreign language also gives you like a context, like a cultural context, a set of shared meanings that enable a more productive collaboration with people from other parts of the world. And it's kind of the same thing. As the world relies on software automation, there is a certain mindset that guides the way the economy is organized, the way business is run. And understanding what it takes to write code without necessarily being, a professional software developer allows you to productively collaborate with the engineers and the developers. And this is necessary today and even more so in the years to come. So think of coding as a foreign language, and the same with data-driven decision-making. Everybody today talks about artificial intelligence and machine learning. It's fundamentally about how I use the data that I have access to in order to automate business processes and operations, improve the quality of decision making, and do all of that at scale, at large scale. Now, this is not easy, not only from a technical point of view, but also from a business point of view. I need to be able to combine a more visceral intuition and understanding of the business, the customers, the markets, the products that I work with, alongside the technical competence to develop the machine learning systems that will generate an enhanced insight or the level of automation that I want. So being able to work with data is again is kind of like a foreign language, is an ability to combine technical expertise with business intuition in order to make sense of these oceans of data that we have access to today. Now, a third or a fourth, rather, fashionable word term that we see a lot, we hear a lot about today, is agile management. This is fundamentally about how I organize the work of the people who work in a company in order so that they work at their best. When people are at their best, they are more productive, they're more creative, and they're more happy. And those things go together. Agile management is a set of principles that enables the creation of a work environment that gets the best out of people. Now, lean startups or lean entrepreneurship, again, is a catchphrase. At the heart of it is this notion of discovery through experimentation, learning by trial and error, using digital tools, using data, using perhaps machine learning or other tools. But it's a mindset for seeking answers to questions without presuming that my theory or my models know all the answers in advance. It's about empirical discovery and validation of what works and what doesn't. Similarly, design thinking is about searching for appropriate solutions to problems that certain people have. Even deeper than that, design thinking demands a certain level of humility about this notion that I want to pay attention to the person who has the problem, see the world from their perspective, and try to design a product, a service, a user interface, another kind of a solution that meets the expectations and the values of that person, as opposed to presuming again that I know what other people really need. Now, in order to balance out this emphasis on using big data in order to generate insights and automate operations, I also need to take a more what I call here an ethnographic approach, an approach where the person is more central, where I try to discover what is important for people. Where do my customers, perhaps, or my collaborators, co-workers, where do they derive meaning from? What are the values that are important to them? A lot of the time, this is not in the data. A lot of the time, the data give me more sort of cold facts about how people react to triggers or cues. Okay, but what people really value is not necessarily obvious, and this is why I need a more qualitative and intimate approach. And finally, we must not forget that whenever we design something, we design a product, we design a software interface, we design a mobile app, a product or a service, whether we realize it or not, we imbue it with a set of values. Okay, and recent experience with what has happened to the impact of social media in political processes, this notion of fake news, and a range of other issues have made us realize that you can, whether we want it or not, whether we do it deliberately or not, whenever we make business decisions, we're also making value judgments. So we need to be conscious about the ethical, philosophical, and humanitarian perspective that we adopt and the relevant values that we imbue into our decisions. Okay, so this is, if you like, the landscape of skills and competencies that we need today going forward. All right. Now, I will try now to explain why these skills are relevant and important today. Okay, if you're listening to this presentation live right now as I speak, please feel free to type in your questions, and I will try to answer them in real time or at the end of this talk. I really look forward to your questions. So to move on, I just want to remind all of us an article written by Mark Andreessen nearly 10 years ago, where he made this point that software and data is eating the world. Basically, that this notion of, he introduced this notion of digitization with which we are more familiar today, this notion that every product, service, business organization, every human activity is being transformed by our ability to automate it and also extract data out of it. All right. So, our online behavior is translated into data that search engine and social media companies and e-commerce companies are able to collect about the choices that we make. If you're wearing a fitness tracker, a fitness wristband, then your heartbeat, your steps, your physical activity, even your body temperature and other metrics become data that give those companies a kind of virtual representation of your body and how it functions. Okay, so these are just two relatively trivial examples that show the extent to which digitization is sort of virtualizing the whole of the economy and all of our experience. Okay, and this has already happened and it's expanding, and this creates entirely new opportunities and possibilities. So I'm going to give you 3 examples now of how this trend of digitalization changes the way business is organized and run. And my first example is Ant Group or Ant Financial. It's a bank, it's a financial services organization which has spun off of Alibaba primarily in China and East Asia, but they have operations in the rest of the world. So I'm making here a comparison between Ant and Bank of America, one of the largest banks in the United States, and therefore in the world. So notice that Bank of America is a 100-year-old bank, and Financial is barely 6 years old, started as Alipay, just a payments platform, but today they offer the full range of financial services to individual consumers and to businesses. And they serve over 1 billion customers as compared to about 60 million customers in the Bank of America. So notice the difference in scale. Notice something else, that Ant Financial needs less than 10,000 employees to serve 1 billion customers. So that's a ratio of about 1 employee per 130,000 customers, broadly speaking. Yeah. Whereas the Bank of America needs 200,000 employees to serve those 60 million customers. And that is 1 employee per 300 customers. The scale of operation is unmatched, and it would have been impossible unless Ant Financial did not, unless Ant Financial did not automate everything. So all the banking operations that a bank like Bank of America needs people to do, Ant Financial, Ant Group does automatically using machine learning and other types of algorithms. Now, of course, this is the kind of automation that we've been talking about for years. Okay, this automation that replaces human workers. However, human workers do not disappear. You still need experts in financial services, in serving customers, in risk, in credit, in legal support, in human resources management, because these are the people who inform the design and the working of those algorithms. All right. Let me move on to my next example. Netflix. Everybody's familiar with Netflix. Netflix, in comparison to its competitors, other video streaming services, has unmatched customer loyalty. If you're a subscriber on Netflix, you are more likely to renew your subscription to Netflix as opposed to the kind of renewal rates that other streaming services experience. Why is that? Well, it's not that Netflix necessarily has a bigger or better catalog of films and TV series. It's more that they're able to tailor the selection, the set of titles that they offer to different customers in different markets. It's that their ability to recommend a title that you're more likely to like. And this works for the benefit of the consumer, which increases subscriber loyalty, but it also works for the benefit of the producers as well. And if you liked Money Heist or Casa de Papel, as it's known in some markets, you should also know that when this TV series first aired on local Spanish TV, it was a commercial failure. It was only when Netflix acquired the rights and it was able to deploy its algorithms on a global scale that this TV series found its audiences, right? The machine learning algorithms that generate recommendations on Netflix discovered the viewers who were more likely to enjoy this TV series, and it made it a success. And here you have a quotation of one of the producers, original producers of the series, who says, "Only the algorithm can rescue you from obscurity," right? The algorithm can find those customers. And my third example is this. My third example is Amazon. Now, this is a slide from from several years back. I think it goes back to 2011, where Amazon engineers in a technical conference explained that they were able to put new software in production every 12 seconds. And a few years later, they were able to put new software in production in less than 1 second. Okay, what does that mean? It means that they're able to renew the capabilities of their platform, the service that they offer to consumers, to millions of consumers all over the world, at a tremendous pace, very fast. How rapidly can you redesign the information systems in your company? How rapidly do you release improved versions of your product service? How rapidly do you update the mobile app that you offer your customers? Amazon does that faster than pretty much anybody else. Okay. Now, this means that they have a tremendous technical capability. This means they have an infrastructure for developing, testing, and deploying software, which is very sophisticated, but it also implies a way of organizing the work that these people do, which is quite different. Any traditional organization would not be able to coordinate the work of tens of thousands of people at such scale, at such pace, at such speed and rhythm. So what do those examples tell us? Well, they tell us that as we digitize and as we automate, we are able to achieve tremendous economies of scale, right? Once we we put those algorithms in place, then we have also economies of scope. Alibaba started with payments, and very soon they became a full service financial a full service bank. Amazon started with books, and they've expanded in all kinds of retail products, cloud services, devices, cinema, music, and all kinds of other things. Why? Because the same capability to develop machine learning and other automations can be deployed to different adjacent product markets. And finally, our ability to use data, our ability to combine big data with experimentation and lean entrepreneurship allows us to learn faster and innovate at a much greater pace, at a much faster pace. All right. So a digital enterprise, or an enterprise which we would call native to the 21st century digital economy, has economies of scale, economies of scope, and economies of learning, which cannot be matched by any 20th century company. A 20th century company will find a low ceiling, what economists call diminishing returns to scale. They will be able to grow up to a point, but not any further. And their limiting factor will be the way they use technology and the way they organize. In contrast, a company that is putting automation and machine learning at the forefront and is able to organize in an agile and lean way to support the development of that kind of technological capability, we don't know how much they can grow. Notice that in the last few days, the Chinese government prevented Ant Financial from entering the Shanghai stock market. In a sense, the Chinese government thought, simplistically putting it, thought that Ant Financial is becoming too big, too powerful, and we need to, put the brakes on their ongoing expansion. Now, what is the key message that we need to take? The key message that we need to take is that we've undergone a fundamental transformation. As Tim O'Reilly wrote quite a few years ago, the core function of management has gone from managing the business to managing the robots that are managing the business. All right. Whereas in the past, people run the business and they use technology enterprise systems to support the work that they do. Today, the business is the software, the business is the algorithm, and we have experts in different domains, engineers and software developers and data scientists, but also experts in credit and risk, in marketing, product development, in legal affairs, in human resources management, etc., who inform, shape, and maintain those algorithms. Okay, and this is a fundamental transformation that has taken place and changes everything about how we run businesses and everything about the kinds of skills that we need. And this is why I said up front that today we experience the merging of technology and business skills. We do not make the distinction between the technology people and the business people. It's one and the same. Business people must have technology skills, and people with an engineering or technology background must internalize an understanding of business functions. So if your company is not a native digital enterprise, and most companies are not, then they have to adapt to this new environment. And this is what we call digital transformation. Okay, so digital transformation is the process of moving away from the principles of the 20th century and adapting to the new reality of the new digital reality of the 21st century. And what is the DNA of the digital enterprise? Well, it involves investing in technology, and this is what we call digital capabilities. But it also involves organizing and leading our people in different ways. Okay. Now, if you take those two dimensions and put them side by side, we create four categories of companies in their journey towards digital transformation: the beginners, the conservatives, the fashionistas, and the digital masters. Successful companies are the ones that will manage to become digital masters. Fashionistas are those companies that invest in technology as if technology is a kind of fashion, without reorganizing the way they make decisions, reorganizing the way their people collaborate, their teams innovate, the way they discover their needs of customers, and so on. Conservatives are companies that understand how to liberate the creativity of their employees, but hesitate to take risks with new technology investments. All right. Now, why is this classification important? Well, for a very simple reason. If your company invests in technology on time, then they are likely to be able to achieve greater sales than their average competitor at a rate of 6 to 9%. If your company is lagging behind in terms of technology investments, then on average, their sales may be lower between 4 and 10% than their industry average. However, those advantages in generating sales by investing in technology do not always translate into profit. In order to translate your improved sales performance into improved profitability, you need to invest in the leadership dimension, not only the technology dimension. And those companies that are digital masters, they enjoy profitability on average up to 26% greater than their industry average, between 9 and 26%. Right? And if you are lagging behind in terms of the way you reorganize how you manage your business, how you get your people to collaborate and make decisions, then you suffer a profitability disadvantage between 11 and 24% relative to the average company of your industry. So investing in technology is important, but understanding how to restructure your organization is an even more important complement to technology investments. And this is why I emphasize a lot of the attention is directed towards technological innovation, change, and the almost miraculous things that software engineers and data scientists can create today. And this is absolutely important. This is the driver of change. But if we want to achieve improvement in our business, in our economy, in our society, then we need to complement this engineering expertise with a better understanding of what it takes to create a better business strategy, what it takes to motivate people, what it takes to develop leadership capabilities, what it takes to organize supply chains, to improve your marketing processes, your production, product design, what it takes to understand and serve your customers better, and so on. Now, therefore, it is no surprise that digital transformation generally fails to deliver the expected outcomes. Studies have shown that 70 or 80% or even more of digital transformation initiatives fail to deliver the promised benefits. And this is a tremendous percentage. It's like, going to your investors or board of directors and saying, we're going to invest, hundreds of thousands or millions in a digital transformation project, but something, chances are 70% or 80% probability it's not going to go very well. So this is a very high failure rate. What are some of the causes of that failure? Well, companies and managers very often have unrealistic expectations about what they can achieve without a fundamental rethinking of their skills, on how they organize, and so on. A lot of the time, companies fall into the fashionistas category. They invest in technology just for the sake of it, just because everybody does it, or just because it's like the fashionable thing to do. Poor governance means inappropriate structures of decision making, inappropriate ways of figuring out what we're going to do, who's going to do it, and how we're going to go about it. And underestimating cultural barriers has to do with this notion that technology implementation always involves extensive organizational change and a new mindset, a new way of thinking. And we tend to underestimate the importance of that. Okay, and so it is not surprising, given that failure rate, it's not surprising that elements of leadership capabilities can make a huge difference in the success of digital transformation efforts. Understanding strategy, understanding and setting appropriate performance targets, communicating the vision and extent of organizational change, facilitating the new mindset, implementing better ways of breaking down the silos and the barriers to internal collaboration, enabling people to be more creative, identifying and attracting the right talent. All of these are elements, or if you like, elements of digital transformation that can make a huge difference to the probability of success. They can improve the probability of success 1.5 times or 2 or 3 times, make a huge difference. And this is, again, why merging business savvy and understanding of business with engineering and technology skills is so fundamentally crucial, a determinant of success. Now, I would like to try to answer some of your questions that I see here. And then I will conclude my presentation. So someone asks, which programming language should you learn, and do I have any recommendations? Look, if you're not going to be a professional software developer, then it doesn't matter. Learn any programming language. A programming language that works with data is likely to be more useful to you. So a programming language like Python or R is likely to have a broader usefulness for you. But the fact of the matter is that any programming language that you learn will become a kind of foundational skill, a kind of a background capability that you have that will enable you to be more productive when you work with developers and data scientists. Okay, but if you intend to learn a programming language that you're going to be using as a business manager, then perhaps today programming languages that people use to handle data are more useful, such as Python or R. Someone else asks, do you believe that the world becoming more and more digital over the years affect our brain intelligence? Well, I'm not a neuroscientist, so I do not have the scientific expertise to answer this question in specific terms. But broadly speaking, we know for a fact that the tools that we use change our, the structure of our nervous system and the structure of our brains. I think, the answer that I would like to give to this question is this. We need all of us need need to be more adaptable to the world that we're in. And we need to make sure, if you're, I don't know, if you're 20, 25 years old, 30 years old today, you need to make sure that when you're 50 and 60 and 70, you're still participating in the affairs that are going on in the world. You're still an active and productive contributor to society and to the economy. And if you imagine the world, 30, 40 years down the line, things are going to be much, much different. We're going to be in science fiction territory. What today we think as science fiction will be reality in some years' time. All right. So what do we need? We need this learning agility. We need to continuously learn new and acquire new skills. We need to continuously adapt our understanding of the world in order to remain relevant. And yes, ultimately, obviously, this has to do with how our brains and nervous systems work. Another question. Hello, why should we pick Alba for our master's degree? Alba is well known in Greece, but is Alba's degree enough for someone who wants to live and work in Germany, for example? Very interesting presentation. Well, thank you for your appreciation of this presentation. This presentation is being recorded and will be available on the platform. Yes, I mean, the experience has shown that a very large number of our graduates have gone and are having very successful careers globally, not only in Europe, but in the Americas, in Asia, in Africa, in South Africa, all over the world, you will find Alba graduates, and they're doing very well. And the reason they're doing very well is because they acquire, because of the strengths of the skills, the knowledge they acquire, and because of the competence that they build, and the demonstrable ability to be productive, to make significant contributions to their work environments, and to win the confidence, the trust of their colleagues at work. All right. So competence is always recognized wherever you go. Okay. Even if the brand name of your degree is less so. Okay. And we have the empirical evidence, the numbers, and the graduates to demonstrate that. And if you would like, I would encourage you to visit Alba on one of the other virtual events that we do, or to get in touch with our program managers and career office to get more details on this. Hello, I am Marisa, and I've graduated from a computer science university specialized on network engineering. I'd like to know your opinion about moving on with digital marketing postgraduate, as the present situation showing us that digital marketing is growing very fast. Well, Marisa, that's a very good question. I find it very difficult to give you an easy, a quick answer without knowing a lot more about, who you are, what you like, what you aspire to do. It is very clear that there is a lot of demand for digital marketing, so there is an opportunity there. But if you if you have specialized in network engineering, then it is likely that you have a lot more opportunities in front of you. Yeah. Now, if you don't want to work as a network engineer, and I'm not sure why you wouldn't. I mean, network engineering is another set of skills that is in high demand, but let's assume that you don't want to work as a network engineer. Then perhaps you can exploit your skills by learning more, by investing your time and your talent in data science, which is another area of very high demand, requires a lot of technical competence and a strong technical background. And as a network engineer, you have that kind of background. And it is also, the demand there is extremely high, and the rewards are also very high. So, depending on what you enjoy learning and doing, you can go in different directions. Greetings. Do you think that a person with a master's degree in digital management is ready to work as an IT manager? In your opinion, do you think that's enough? Well, again, management positions are first about management and then about technical competence. Now, having said that, you will not find a good manager without some technical competence. Technical competence in a manager is a requirement if they are to win the respect of the people they lead. Okay, so obviously, statistically speaking, relatively few IT managers do not have a background, an education, and some early experience with technology in different roles in IT. But a minority of IT managers and CIOs do not come from an IT background. Okay, so there is no, definitive answer to this. Well, thank you for your questions. I really appreciate very good questions, and I really appreciate it. And I hope, I know that in some cases I haven't given you definitive answers, but these are rather, you're asking me for advice, and I cannot give you that kind of personal advice without knowing a lot more about who you are and what you aspire for yourselves. I'd have more questions to ask you before I give you a definitive answer. I'd like to close with this notion of learning agility, which is at the heart of what we do at Alba, okay? Which is a meta skill, a meta competence, if you like, that I've mentioned before, the ability to continuously remain in synchronized with how the world around us is evolving. And it has to do with understanding ourselves. It has to do with shifting our focus towards the objectives and the results that we want to bring. It has to do about reflecting on and revisiting the assumptions that we don't always realize that we apply to our thinking, to our decision making, so that we change the frameworks that we have in the back of our minds when we work, and change agility, the predisposition to be open to the new, a predisposition to take risks and learn from experience. And this kind of mindset is at the heart of how we design our programs at Alba. That was a very short presentation. I tried to squeeze many ideas in a short presentation. I hope I gave you a lot of sufficient inspiration to make your decisions for your graduate studies and your careers. And I'd be happy to connect with you on social media. And who knows, after this pandemic is over, our paths may cross at some point, that I'll be happy to meet you as students in one of my classes. Thank you.
Thank you. Καλημέρα σας. Καλώς ορίσατε στην Αγγλία. I'm going to present to you the postgraduate programs that we offer at the University of Greenwich on our campus in Kent. This is a photograph of our campus. It's an old red brick building from the Victorian times. So the Faculty of Engineering and Science is situated on this campus, where we have fantastic facilities. We have the longest library in the world, if you can see on the top right hand of the screen. The faculty is made up of 4 units. We have the School of Engineering, and you'll be hearing from my colleague a little later on the programs offered in the School of Engineering. We have the School of Science, and I'll be talking about the programs offered there in a moment. And we have the Natural Resources Institute, which is the institute I work for, which is predominantly a research institute, but we offer some world-class programs in food agriculture and the environment. And then we have the Medway School of Pharmacy, which is joint with the University of Kent, who shares our campus with us. We have many facilities on our campus. We are outside of London. I believe our students find it very conducive to study. It's less stressful than living in London. We have very safe environments, of course, to the more electronic library as internet activity expands. We have a gymnasium on campus, which all students have access to, as well as our student support services, who will help you when things go wrong. I think in life, things don't always run to plan. I mean, we've all experienced COVID-19 this year. Be very flexible and change in how we're promoting our programs. But we do have an excellent support service for students should they have extenuating circumstances, financial issues, or when looking for accommodation. So if we consider, first of all, the School of Science postgraduate studies, we have a wide variety of subjects across the faculty. And these subjects include biology and biomedical sciences. We have chemistry, forensic science. We have a very active forensic science group, and part of the campus is cordoned off as an area for students to actually carry out forensic science practical exercises. We have programs in human nutrition, pharmacy, and science. All of our lecturers are world-class specialists, practitioners in their subjects, and as well as carrying out research into their own specific areas. We have industry standard science labs with all the related technologies. And we have an ethos of student-centered learning and learning by doing. And so we encourage students to get a hands-on experience while working in the range of laboratories that we have. Certainly this year with COVID, we have been teaching online, but all of our practicals have gone ahead on campus with social distancing. So we do look after students' health, but we still are encouraging them to gain practical experiences in the lab. We are very active in science, in research, and we have many staff who are actively involved in research, and the research goes into the teaching. And so therefore, experiences and anecdotes often feed into the lectures on the routine subjects. And also the School of Science wins awards in the UK. The education authorities run different awards. And so we have 2 Nobel Prizes from 2 of our previous students. And we have won 5 Queen's Anniversary Prizes in the past, which is for teaching and research. So here we have some the MSc programs. We have a biomedical science program online, and also an MSc hematology and healthcare management also online. We have an MSc in formulation science and the MSc food innovation, which I'm co-program leader with, as we share food innovation with the Natural Resources Institute. We have an MSc in pharmaceutical sciences. We also offer MScs by research. MSc programs are for students to make the transition from undergraduate to postgraduate, but sometimes students are anxious to get into research more quickly, and so we offer the by research mode. Or we do accept students applying directly for a Master of Philosophy, which will then convert into a PhD. The programs with the food innovation and the pharmaceutical science programs are also offered with industrial placement. And so we run the program over a year, and then we have an industrial placement. And I'll talk a little bit about that later. And we also have January as well as a September intake to facilitate students whose programs of undergraduate study may not finish until October, November in an academic year. Within science, there are areas of accreditation, and the degrees are affiliated with these professional bodies. And so our nutrition degrees are associated with the Association for Nutrition. We have a chartered Society of Forensic Science for our forensic science programs, and also our pharmacy programs are recognized by the Academy of Pharmaceutical Science. Biomedical sciences are recognized by the Institute, and the Royal Society of Chemistry endorses our chemistry program. The structure of the MSc programs. Our programs are planned over 1 full academic year, or 2 years if you want to study part-time. They are a combination of lectures and seminars with practical sessions. The class sizes can vary, but certainly when we're doing practical sessions, we tend to limit these to 20 students in a class so that people have enough room to carry out. And then the assessments we do, we have coursework, practical assignments. You may prepare a narrated PowerPoint, for example, or a narrated video, as well as some modules having examinations. The industrial placement programs, I mentioned the pharmacy and food innovation. We have employed an industrial practice partnership group called STEP, and they work with us and with our students to prepare them for their industrial placement year. All students join the programs and start their studies along with students who aren't doing the industrial placement. And so the first year they will all study in common. The second year, the students would have been supported in preparing their CVs, having practices in how to respond to questions in interviews so that they can gain employment. with an industry that they have identified. Of course, students will have different ideas how their own particular career path will go. And so we encourage students to look around at the many jobs available in the different industries to see which type of position they would like to work towards, and then looking at the path they can follow to gain experience in that area through their industrial placement program. So as I said, the first year they are study in common, and as well as doing their MSc studies, they're learning about employability and also looking for and identifying placement partners. And the second year is for that industrial placement. The industrial placements are 40 weeks duration, working full-time. They must be relevant to the student's course. So, of course, if somebody wants to do a course in pharmaceutical sciences, they will be looking for experience in the area of pharmaceutical sciences. The position must be at a level that is going to challenge the student and increase their knowledge base. It must be paid. We don't really want students to go into a work experience position without receiving money. And so we do negotiate with employers to make sure that the students are being paid a good salary. The students must pass the MSc in order to progress to the industrial placement year. And we have rearranged our academic calendars to enable students to study, pass the exams, and know that they have passed the first year before they go on to take the industrial placement. Within the first year of their program, they would have also completed a research project in an area that they of their choice. And students are asked to write 4 reports while they're participating in the placements, and a final reflective document as well. And so they gain the experience of annotating and writing down their experiences. And there is also the potential for post-study work to extend visas. I then progress to the Natural Resources Institute, which is the institute I work in. Again, we have a wide variety of subjects across our disciplines. And again, within the Natural Resources Institute, we have global experts who are working in overseas aid and development and looking at innovations in food systems globally. Our experiences and the materials we offer to our students are very often based on our consultancy work and our research work overseas. And so students have the opportunity to glean an insight into the world of developmental work in a variety of different countries. We have industry standard labs as well. And we've recently had a new food lab, which has been kitted out with latest food equipment. So this will be supporting research work with local food industries, as well as being used by our postgraduate students. Our research is focused on food, agriculture, and the environment, where we're looking at reducing poverty and supporting sustainable livelihoods to meet with the Millennium Goals. We also have award-winning personnel. One of my colleagues was contributed to the Nobel Prize that was awarded to the IPCC in 2007. And NRI has also won Queen's Anniversary Prizes for further education in 2014 and 2019. These are the programs that we offer from within NRI. We have an MSc Agriculture for Sustainable Development and an MSc Global Environmental Change. We have an MSc Applied Food Safety and Quality Management, which I started 20 years ago. And because of the success of this program, I developed the e-learning program of the same name. And this year we've started offering that program with an industrial placement year. As within the UK, the food industry are always looking for trained personnel, and many of our Greek and Cypriot students do carry on to work in the UK food industry to gain experience before they go home to find work in Greece or Cyprus. I co-manage and teach on the Food Innovation Programme, which we're also offering with industrial placement. And also within the NRI, we can offer the MSc by research, as well as MPhil and PhD degrees. The NRI programs, the food programs, are recognised by the Institute of Food Science and Technology. And for those of you who are familiar with food safety, hazard analysis and critical control point is the underlying pin for all appropriate safety management systems used globally. And so all of our students sit the RSPH, the Royal Society for Public Health's courses, so they come away with RSPH certificates in HACCP and understanding how to develop HACCP plans, as well as their degree. And students thoroughly enjoy doing these courses with us. Again, our taught MSc programs are of 1 year's duration, or if you want to study part-time, these can be taken over 2 years. The industrial placement degrees are 2 years, 1 year of the standard MSc, and then 1 year within the industry. And our e-learning MSc in food safety and quality management has been designed for busy folk working in the food industry. So it's 3 years part-time, so that a person can arrange the times they study in times when they're not at work or not busy with the family. Our teaching is certainly a combination of lectures, seminars, interactive sessions, and we use quite a lot of flipped classroom approaches as well. We encourage students to strengthen their capabilities in self-study, to prepare for their coursework, presentations, and exams. I must say in the NRI programs, we have minimized the number of exams because we do feel that students, especially international students, do benefit more from interactive coursework and presentation type activities. Again, class sizes can range from 20 through to 60, but when we're working in the labs, we make sure that students have enough room, and so we may limit numbers in the lab and have different sessions to about 20 students. Yeah, and as you can see here, we do have coursework and presentations and very few exams, which our students do seem to appreciate. Again, our industrial placement program for the food safety and quality management degree and for the food innovation degree is based, well, it's managed in the same way as in the School of Science. And so the first year is studying the degree, and the second year is the industrial placement. This industrial placement can be for the food safety and quality management program, in the food industry, managing food systems, becoming quality assurance or technical officers, obviously starting off at a lower grade so that they can gain the experience and then progress to a higher grade once they have all the relevant skills. Again, the Applied Food Safety and Quality Management Programme, you could work in government in the development of legislation, food inspection, and laboratory analyses and laboratory services. With food innovation, we're looking at the impact of climate change, for example, on the food chain. We're looking at contributing to the circular economy, so sustainable packaging and the reduction of waste. And so there are other areas in food industries where the students who study food innovation can apply for placements. Again, the placement is 40 weeks in duration, and students will be working full-time. Again, the student must choose a subject that is relevant to the degree. So it is important that if a student does want to join us to do our industrial placement year, they choose the MSc subject that is aligned to the career path that they want to follow. And also the placement must be at a level which challenges the knowledge of the student. And we do ask that that placement is paid. Again, students must have passed the MSc to attend. And during the placement, students will be asked to write reports, a total of 4 of these, and then a final reflective report. And then there is also post-study work, potentially, should the food industry want to employ you further. So again, we're working with industrial placement partners, and during the first year of study, students will be working with folk from STEP to consolidate their CVs and to understand the sorts of questions they might get in an interview, so they are prepared for the interviews that they attend. And we also take in students on applied food safety and quality management and food innovation with industrial placements twice a year in September and January. And that ties in very nicely with my colleague Ali, who's just joined us, and she will take you through the programs that are offered by the School of Engineering. Ali? Hello, Ali, can you hear me? Hello? Hello? Ah, I think she's just connecting to the audio. I've got a little sign. Can you hear us? Ali? My apologies, I'm sure you've experienced blips in the universe during the last 8 months. We've all been in lockdown and difficult situations. Ali?
Hello, Vicky is here from IUF.
Hi, Vicky. Are you in contact with Ali? Because she was.
No, I'm not. I just
on my screen. She's on the bottom. So.
Ali, unfortunately, we cannot hear you. I don't know if you could connect with a speaker or something. But
I've moved to this and.
Yes, and if you would like, you could answer some questions.
Okay, so how do I see the questions? Do I have to stop sharing my screen?
I guess I can send you the questions here in the chat if it's easier for you.
But I can't see the chat, can I?
Wait a minute.
I can see it. Yes, yeah, chat.
Great. So you can see.
Hold on.
We have some audience questions. I will send it to you right away.
Okay, hold on. Found chat. Sorry.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hello, is that Ali?
Hello, hi. This is Elia. Can you hear me, guys? Sorry.
Yeah, how are you? Do you want?
Hi, I'm good. Sorry, I just came out of the other meeting where you were as well. Hello, everyone.
Yeah. So, can you see the slide? Shall I?
Yes, I can see the slide out. Yes, I mean, okay. Is it okay for you to move down?
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so, yeah, thank you.
Okay, so hello, everyone. My name is Alia Essop, and I'm the program leader for MSc Engineering Management within the Engineering Management and IT portfolio at the School of Engineering. And just like for the Faculty of Science, we are also based at Medway. I'm sure Linda has already spoken about that. So, okay, can you please change the slides? we have lots of facilities at Medway. It's a beautiful campus. We have big lecture theaters, well-equipped computer labs, robotic labs, massive library. We even have a gym, and student accommodation is there. And we have newly built student accommodation within walking distance from the campus itself as well. Okay, so in terms of the engineering subjects that we have, so we offer a wide variety of subjects across engineering. We'll just look at each of these in a minute. And they are all taught by subject specialists who have who are accredited by engineering bodies. And also we have a very good hello.
Hello, we can hear you.
Hello. Yes, sorry. And in terms of the research, you know, most staff members are actively involved in research, and some of them have even won Nobel Prizes as well. If you can move on to the next slide, I'm just looking at the time. So in terms of the postgraduate subjects that we offer an MSc in civil engineering, MSc in electrical and electronic engineering, and as well as in electrical power engineering. And this is my module, the MSc Engineering Management. And I have been specifically told by my colleague, who is the head of the MSc Global Shipping Management, that this could be an attractive subject for students from Greece. And we also have the MSc Machine Intelligence, MSc Mechanical and Manufacturing, and MSc Water, Waste and Engineering Management, as well as an MSc Bioresearch. And you can also obviously conduct an MPhil and a PhD. Now, most of the programs with the, as you can see denoted by the asterisk there, we have a January and a September intake, and we are also running an extra industrial practice year, industrial placement year for these programs as well. So we started off last year with the pilot project for the industrial practice for MSc Engineering Management. So this is ongoing at the moment, with some students securing placement as we are talking. And the other MSc have started on this route this year, this September. Can you please move on to the next slide, please? Okay, so in terms of the MSc Engineering Management portfolio, I know this is mostly for postgrad courses. So we have the Engineering Management and the Global Shipping. Linda, if you could perhaps click on the YouTube link, because I think it's a short and crisp. No, if you can go back.
Yeah, no, sorry.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Oops. Is that video not playing?
Ah, there's a little red thing.
Okay, because if
you want to talk, I could try and find it for you from your.
Okay.
Oh gosh, sorry.
So that's fine. I think if because this is a short and crisp video, I mean it's quite nice for you just to get an idea about what it is all about, and the program and the facilities that we offer on the program. So
I think I might not be able to get it because I'm showing that the whole screen's on my computer, and because I'm at home.
Okay.
So, but I mean, I'm sure the delegates will be able to.
Yes, I mean, if we are sharing the slides with them.
Yes, yeah.
On this, so I mean, that's fine. I can always talk about the program if you move on to the next slide.
Okay.
Okay. So for the MSc Engineering Management, which is our biggest recruiter at the moment, so it's really a program for students who already have a first degree in any engineering discipline, be it civil, mechanical, manufacturing, electrical, so or even IT as well. So what we are trying to achieve in this particular program is to bridge a gap. It's a bit like in lieu of an MBA. This is what many students come and they are trying to do this program instead of an MBA, because it is geared more towards managing an engineering organization. So within this particular module, we take subjects such as accounting and finance for engineers, research planning, which helps them with their final year individual project, and other more technical modules such as advanced advanced principle in lean manufacturing, or advanced principle in supply chain. And we also take, they will also be taking more management geared subjects such as engineering enterprise, where they learn how to make a business plan, look at aspect of entrepreneurship and intrapreneurship. And there's a heavy module, which is the strategy and management and global engineering, as a matter of fact, theory and the practice there. The students also get a chance to choose some technical hot topic subjects in operations management, or improving how processes are improved within engineering, quality, and as well as environmental engineering and sustainability, which is a hot topic at the moment. So this is what the MSc Engineering Management is all about. Again, there is a nice video where all of this is explained in more detail for you to see. If you can move on to the next slide. So this is the one that I have been asked by my colleague to really bring across to you, because he's from Greece as well. His name is George Kirksoglu, and he strongly believes that there's a market out there in Greece for the MSc Global Shipping. So in this particular module, it's about global shipping or marine engineering management, where the students do take some common modules such as the accounting and finance for engineers, research planning and strategy and management, and other modules are geared towards shipping, maritime economics, technical elements, marine law, or even commercial management of ships. And some of the modules are delivered by experts in, for example, admiral law and other experts in technical elements of ships. And the entry requirement for this is an undergrad degree in business, law, science, or technology, as well as if you are a qualified marine merchant or Royal Navy officer, you could get into the program as well. So this is one program which could be interesting for the Greece market. Yes, if you can carry on. Okay, so most of the program are accredited by engineering bodies. At the moment, the MSc Engineering Management will go for accreditation with the IET. The civil engineering programs are accredited by the JBM, and so on. So we do have, they are accredited programs, which means that the students will find it probably easier to get a job at the end of their degree. So this is just some example of how we accredit our programs. Right, so the MSc is 1 year full year. It's 1 year full time and 2 years part time. And it's a combination of lectures and tutorials or seminars or workshops. We do expect the students to undertake a considerable amount of time to do some independent learning. Obviously, the lecturers will point out to them regarding materials or work that they have to do independently. In terms of class sizes, as I mentioned before, the MSc Engineering Management has recruited loads of students in the past. At one point, we had 86 or 90 students. However, tutorials are conducted in smaller groups so that, we can get the students more engaged on with their lecturers on a one-to-one, or, smaller groups makes engagement much easier. And in terms of assessment, because of accreditation, most of the modules do have an exam component and a coursework, whether it is a practical assessment or case study analysis. Very often it's real life case studies that we use in terms of the assessment. Can you move on? Thank you. So it's similar. I think, Linda, you might have already spoken about the industrial practice. If
Yeah, I did for science and NRI, but it's the same structure, isn't it?
Yeah, yes, it's absolutely the same structure for the MSc management courses with industrial practice, where in the first year they have to complete all their taught modules, and in year 2, this is where we are engaged with them and try to get them placed, in companies for the engineering management. This year, some students managed to get a placement with in the construction industry or as project managers in various engineering organizations. And it is a very competitive process because, as you know, other universities are also running that. So we do expect that the students engage with us, with the placement agents that the university has put in place. And also they have to try and look for their own placement as well. They really need to do that. And they have to pass all the MSc taught modules to be able to go for placement. And we also assess this placement by having them write reports, and they also have to engage with monthly, I think it's just monthly logs that the UKBA has, well, I don't want to say imposed, but that the UKBA requires us to do, so that we ensure that they are engaging with their placement providers. Now, the good thing is with the industrial practice, if the student can secure an industrial practice, it means that on top of the 2 years, they have the extra year. So they can be in the UK for 3 years. And as we know, Greece will now, from September 2021, students from Greece will also be regarded as international students. So this could be something that is attractive for them as well. So, Linda, you might have
about STEP and Twin. Yes, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So Linda has spoken about Twin. STEP is the other recruit placement provider, as they like to be called. So they are looking for placement for those students on the MSc Mechanical and Manufacturing Engineering, whereas Twin is looking after a placement for engineering management, civil engineering, and water and waste and environmental engineering. So these are our placement providers, but still students are highly encouraged to look for their own placement as well. But they need to engage with these placement providers so that they can help them, for example, in terms of building their CVs, refining their interview skills, and so on.
I think this is what we'll all be doing, well, what we're doing at the moment, isn't it? Because of the COVID-19, we are not teaching so many lectures face-to-face, but as I said earlier, we are providing our lectures online with interactive sessions as well, but we're at the moment providing face-to-face practical sessions on campus under socially distanced conditions. The whole campus has been set up so everybody's safe. Any workstations, there are at least 1 to 2 meters between them. So we're minimizing the risk of any transfer of the virus. And there are many places around campus to wash your hands or to be using the high alcohol containing hand wash solutions that will help to sanitize your hands and prevent you inadvertently infecting yourself. I think the university also are providing PPE. If you're carrying out laboratory sessions, you will have masks or visors, and the practical sessions are being taught in smaller numbers as well. Greenwich does pride itself on the practical capabilities of all of its postgraduate students. And so we are continuing to promote these skills and make sure our students are becoming competent in the laboratory or in other engineering activities. And this is a note. I'm sorry, I've got photographs over the end of it, so I'll just look at my paper. It's a message from our Vice Chancellor, who would like to reassure you that we are here for all the students and we are doing everything we can to provide our students with the best possible experience, no matter what the future brings. And certainly with my MSc students, we've just awarded degrees to the students who joined us in September 2019, and who in March, when we went into lockdown, were very concerned about, had they wasted their money? What would employers think of them? They'll never find a job. But a lot of them obtained MScs with merit and with distinction and have already got jobs, even in this difficult climate of reduced employment. And so I think all of the Greenwich students who have very practical skills are being mopped up very, very quickly. I'm not sure if that's probably the same in engineering.
No, absolutely, it's absolutely the same. And I just wanted to add that the MSc Engineering Management and the MSc Global Shipping, we are running that online at the moment, so 100% online at the moment. And if there's any, they do not really need to use the lab on these two programs, but if there's any demo, so this is also recorded and for them to see how it's done.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and we have that. I mean, none of us know, numbers are still going up in the UK and we don't know. We're hoping we have time with our families at Christmas, but certainly if we are teaching online, then all of the programs, we will be recording any practical sessions. So students will see the practicals, will be given results so that they can still carry out the analyses. And we would hope that by spring, when things become slightly better, we can return to our laboratories again. So, we're doing everything. And I think our students appreciate us, the work that we're putting into supporting them in gaining information so that they can continue to study for their degrees. Yeah. So I think with that, it comes to the end. Thank you very much for listening to us. And I'm going to stop sharing so that we can see the questions that you have been asking. So how much does it cost to study at the University of Greenwich? I believe that Natasha, who is part of our recruitment group, is in another room with this presentation, so she can give you the exact information. Can you study economics? We do have a business school on the London campus of the Greenwich. So if you go onto our website, you will see programs that we offer in economics. Economics are a part of some of the other programs that we do offer at Medway, but if you want a degree in economics, I would go to the business school. The minimum IELTS score is 6, or it's 6.5 now, Alia.
In terms of the fees?
No, the IELTS, the English language. It's
yes, 6.5, I think it is. 6.5, yeah. Yes.
Yeah. And also, because the Medway campus is situated in Kent, which is a very pretty part of the world, it's the Garden of England. We're 50 minutes out of central London, and so we run a bus service from the 3 campuses the University of Greenwich has. Excuse me, from Greenwich, Avery Hill, and down to Medway and back again. But we do have accommodation at Medway, and you're very close. At least you can get to the seaside from Medway as well. So if you miss the sea in Greece, you can always come to the cold British Sea as well. And I can't answer the question about scholarships for Greek students. The university does offer concessions on fees on students from some countries. So it's again, if you can talk to our colleague Natasha about this. So you've got BUS, our MSc for Business, Admin and Local Government. We don't do that at Medway, do we?
No, we don't do that at Medway.
No. So I think they're the questions. I don't know if anybody else has another question for us. But certainly you have the contacts at the end of this presentation. And certainly I'd encourage you to look at the YouTube links as well, and have a look at our website. And please, you can ask the people you contact if you want to talk to us about subject-specific programs, and we're always here to help you, okay? Mm-hmm. And we would look forward to welcoming your students onto our campus. So, yeah, welcome.
The fees, they should be on the website. I think it's, if I'm not mistaken, it's around 11K at the moment, but if you come on the industrial practice, it's £2,000 extra.
I think it's a little more than that, but anyway, we will see.
There is one question that maybe you couldn't see. So there is one question that says, hello, for PhD, do we have to find the research field and subject ourselves or in alignment with the professor?
We like you to make an application, and if a student wants to carry out research to attain a PhD, we would expect them to have an area of interest. And so there is a section on the application form where they could put a paragraph or two about the subject they would like to carry out their research in. It doesn't need to be a formal proposal, but certainly, you know, if you were looking at food, and you were going to be developing a different type of packaging that would fit into a circular economy, for example, we would expect, you know, some keywords that we could then fit the student with potential supervisors. But we wouldn't expect a full proposal in the application, but an idea of the subject area, yeah.
Thank you. That was all the questions?
I think so, yes. Yeah, I've got 4 that I can see.
So thank you very, very much for your webinar.
Paragala, and well, we hope to see you in the UK at some time. Yeah, it would be good.
Yes. Any more questions?
And if you have questions about fees and accommodation, then Natasha's in another room, I believe. So you could go into one of those rooms and ask her a question. Yeah. Thank you very much, Vicky, for your help anyway.
Thank you very much, Linda, you know, for...
Thank you so much. So now we can stop the live and the presentation.
Hello everyone, and I'm Annie from the University of Kent. Welcome to this Studying in the UK at the University of Kent. This presentation, so hopefully this is really helpful for you, and we'll be going through lots of different areas. So just to kind of introduce the presentation and just cover what we'll be talking about today. We'll be looking at why study in the UK, how to choose a UK university, how to apply, and what to expect when studying at a UK university as well. So hopefully we'll go in depth into all these different areas for you. As well, we'll be having questions at the end. So if you've got any questions, feel free, and I'll hopefully get those answered for you as well. So here we go. So why study in the UK? So with the UK, we have lots of prestigious universities with excellent reputation. We're internationally recognised for qualifications and also world-leading research as well. Quality-wise, we're way up there as well. Also satisfaction for students as well, we take very, very, personally as well. So obviously, we're making sure that our students kind of graduate with good salaries, and also employment rates as well. Obviously are all over the place at the moment, but we're always making sure that we're giving the right support for our students as well. With UK universities as well, you have the opportunity to do intensive master's course, which can be up to 4 years. We personally at the University of Kent have these opportunities in Canterbury and also Brussels and Paris as well, which I'll go into a little bit more in detail. So why should you study in the UK? So with international students, EU students as well, UK universities have obviously a long history of welcoming overseas students from everywhere in the world. And that's the same, especially for the University of Kent. We're renowned for having a diverse campus and making sure that all are welcome. The University of Kent, we work with over 400 institutions around the world. We work with lots of different universities, lots of different Erasmus programs as well. So having year abroad students coming to our campus and having a swap between universities. Also the study abroad programme, we have over 193 universities in 39 countries getting involved with that as well. European double degrees, and also the study abroad scholarship, which is worth £2,000 for every year spent abroad. So we have lots of different scholarships available for you along the way as well. So at the University of Kent, we have lots of accolades that we like to shout about. So the big one being our TEF Gold. So TEF Gold, it stands for the Teaching Excellence Framework. And we were given gold for our outstanding teaching at the University of Kent. So we're incredibly proud of this. We also have the Times Higher Education Awards for our outstanding library team, and also our support for students, which we take incredibly seriously. The Research Excellence Framework, which is REF, we were also ranked in the top 20 for research intensity. So obviously if research or those kinds of areas, maybe looking at postgraduate as well, then that's really important to take into view as well. So a big part of this is how to choose a UK university, and it can be really tough. There's so many different choices, but hopefully I'll be able to break it down for you to make it a little bit easier so that you can do a bit more research and see what takes your fancy. The factors affecting your university choices. So there are over 300 institutions and over 37,000 courses to choose on UCAS. I'll be going into detail a little bit about UCAS later if you're not too sure what it stands for. But the great thing is that we like to break looking for universities down into 4 different areas. So we look at the 4 C's, which are the course, the content, campus, and city. So we'll start with our course. So when you're looking at courses, a lot of the time your interests may be, looking at it, maybe you're already studying an academic subject that you're really interested in, want to take further. So maybe you're studying history, maths, or English, and you want to take that further. Maybe you want to look at a certain period of time, maybe within history. Vocational subjects as well, so accountancy, social work and medicine. Maybe you're doing something outside of school or college at the moment, or maybe that you've already done an undergraduate course, and maybe you found an interest within those. So really having a think about what you're interested in is a really big area. Making sure that it's your interest and not anybody else's, that no one's swaying you as well, because most of the time when you do something you're interested in, you're always going to do so much better in it as well. So how to choose as well. So another great area is obviously the UCAS website. So if you haven't already had a look, the UCAS website has a host of courses across the UK, and it's a really great place to start. You can type in any type of course, maybe criminology, and it will come up with every university that supplies this course, the grade boundaries and everything like that. So the great thing that I would kind of tell you today is that head to the UCAS website, do a course search on the courses that you're interested in, look at the requirements and the league tables that are on the page itself. If you're interested in the university's courses, then you can order a prospectus or maybe head to their website. Obviously, visiting the university is a hard one at the moment, but there's lots of virtual open days going on. For instance, at the University of Kent today, we have our postgraduate open event happening from 12 till 3, if you're interested. And after that, you can then start to make your choices and maybe start whittling it down to the universities that you're really interested in. Obviously, there's a huge array of universities, but you can start ticking off the universities that you're really interested in, and it just makes it so much more helpful. So you don't have to choose a full-time course. If you're interested in maybe working at the same time, maybe you have a family, you can also look at doing part-time courses as well. So obviously there's lots of different areas, lots of different types of courses that you can do. You don't have to start with an undergraduate course. You can start with a foundation year and a foundation degree, which might boost you in going on to doing maybe an undergraduate course after that. Maybe you haven't hit the grades and you want to still focus on that undergraduate course. You can go and do a foundation year and build up to it. So there's always different types of courses that you can do. So looking at the content of these courses, so with every different degree, there usually is the same title. So maybe, for instance, our example here is you're looking for a history and drama course. So at Kent, we have this, and also at Bath Spa University, they also have this as well. So the one thing that I would have a look at when you're looking at UCAS is especially that the title of these courses may be the same, but the content will be completely different sometimes. So as you can see on screen, you'll see that the University of Kent has the history and drama course, and it's very theoretical based. So having a look through those, you can see it's less production, more theoretical. Whereas at Bath Spa University, you've got things like performance practices, musical theatre skills, things like that. So it's a lot more practical. but at the same time, the course has the same title. So this is where a lot of students will get caught out. So it's really worth investing time to look at the content deeply, looking at the different modules, and just having a look through at what it provides, as obviously they're all so different. So with content as well, there's different ways to study. So it's another area that you could look into. So looking at whether you have lectures, seminars, do you have lots of tutorials or workshops? It's a great way to also think about, what works best for you. For me, I'm personally not very good at exams. So it's a really good time to focus on whether you want to go for more of a practical course that will have a lot more kind of coursework based assessments and workshops instead of exams. So for me, I chose film, and I made sure that most of my assessments were coursework based, just because I know I'm not very good at exams and I can't stand the pressure. So make sure that when you're having a look at these courses that they suit you as well. So there's lots of different areas to kind of have a look at. So moving on to the next bit, which is campus. So a lot of students will be looking at kind of different locations, and kind of something to think about is whether you'd like to be situated on a campus or whether you'd like to be in a city. So at the University of Kent, we have a campus university at Canterbury and Medway. Now, as you can see on screen, everything is in one big bubble and it's like a big town. So you've obviously got your cinema, you've got your theatre, all of your lecture theatres, accommodation for first year, everything you could really need, food shops, restaurants and bars. So if you're someone who's looking for having everything in one place, especially if maybe you're coming to the UK for the first time, then it's worth having a think about that as well. However, if you'd like to be in a city situation, so for instance, the University of Portsmouth, they're based kind of dotted around Portsmouth City. So you may have your accommodation in one part of the city, and you may have to get the train or maybe walk down the road, and your lectures are in a building kind of situated across from kind of bars, restaurants. So everything is kind of dotted around around the place. A lot of London universities are similar as well, and situated all over central London. So it's really worth having a think about whether the location really suits you as a person and what you're looking for. So considerations on location. So, is it easy to get home? Is there a local airport or maybe the Eurostar, anything like that, depending on where you're located? Obviously, the cost of living, it can be far more expensive in London, whereas the further you go up north, the cheaper it gets in the UK. So there's lots of different things to consider. So are you looking for maybe a small town, a small city, or maybe you're wanting to go for the big city, maybe like London? So there's lots of different places across the UK that you can be based university-wise. So going back to how to apply and thinking about UCAS. So when applying, applications for all full-time undergraduates go through UCAS, and it's classed as the university's college's admissions service. Now the form of UCAS is your first point of contact, with the university itself. So it's really good to make a good impression. So making sure that you've done all of that background research and that your form is the best it can be is a really good starting point. So the form itself, we like to break it down into 4 different areas. So your personal details, your qualifications, reference and personal statement. So obviously with your personal details, that's for you to fill in Qualifications, that will come from obviously inputting from your school and college. Your reference will come from your school and college as well. So it means that obviously your teacher or whoever is representing you will put that reference in. And then your personal statement is all down to you. So this is where you sell yourself. Make sure that you're not, putting yourself down in any way, that you're making sure you're thinking about all of the different areas, maybe at school or college, that you'd like to portray, why you're interested in the course, kind of looking into your interests as well, and how you can really show off why you're best suited to the course that you're applying for, and what you could bring to that course as well. Obviously, don't try and over-exaggerate in any way or lie within your personal statement. So make sure you're as truthful as possible, but make sure you're really selling yourself and showing your best potential. So looking at the application timeline, we can see that we're kind of right close to the beginning in some respects. So UCAS opened on the 1st of September. And we're slowly getting to UCAS deadline, which is on the 15th of January. So you've still got time. You've still got time to have a look at all the different courses that are going on. So you've got research time, don't worry. Around the 15th of January as well, this is when applications open for accommodation. Now, obviously, you'll have your choices of university, and you can actually apply for accommodation at the same time. So this means that you're not leaving it too late, and that you're getting the accommodation that you're hoping for. Obviously, if you leave it later and later down the line, there's less chance of you getting the accommodation that you'd really like. So it's really good time as well at the moment to maybe have a look at accommodation at the universities that you're interested in. So between November and March, this is where applicants are invited to visit or have an interview at the universities. So this is after you've applied, once the university has had a look at your application and they've made a decision. So they're starting to whittle students down and accepting them. So this is when they're obviously having interviews, and you can have visits and things like this. And after you have your interviews, this is where decisions are made. So between April and May, this is where applicants make firm and insurance choices. So this is where you make your choices, making sure that you're picking your firm and insurance. So best of luck for that as well. It's an amazing time. And then later on, we're back round to September, and it's when registration, enrolment, and you start university. So it really comes around really quickly. But what you need to remember is the 15th of January is the UCAS deadline for applications. So do remember it. So what to expect at a UK university? So a lot of universities are quite similar, but obviously they'll have lots of different things going on. But I'll go into detail a little bit about kind of UK universities and what to expect. So with your academic life, you will be accountable for yourself throughout your studies. So making sure that you're turning up to your lectures, that you're making use of your time, kind of revising or doing coursework. Obviously, it's not like school or college where you have really strict kind of a school set schedule. You do have obviously lectures and seminars which will be built in within your week. However, you are held accountable to turn up to those. The great thing as well at university is that you get to use full advantage of all of the facilities and learning resources. So at the university we have a huge library archive centre, labs, forensic science areas. It's there's so many facilities to use, so it's really important that throughout your time that you're making the use of all of these. Obviously, you also have your expert tutors and lecturers who you can go to at any point to ask for guidance and also just generally get the most from your degree itself. You will be expected to study for a minimum of 40 hours per week. Obviously, depending on the degree itself, it will vary. And also within this time, you could have maybe a part-time job on a Saturday, or maybe a couple of days a week. So it's just about balancing your time and making sure you're accountable for yourself. So throughout your time at university as well, we have lots going on. So we have societies and sports that you can join. And this is just a few of our societies. So we have over 200 sports and societies to choose from. And this is just our societies. I'll be moving on to sports in a sec. So obviously you can see there's something for everyone, but the great thing is that if you don't see something that you like, you can actually start your own society and sport if you want to, and this can be funded by the union itself. So for us, it's Kent Union. And here we have some of our sports as well. So obviously, if you're interested in kickboxing or, I don't know, mountaineering, anything like that, we've got lots going on. So it's really about having that balance between study life and also your personal life as well. So making sure that, you know, making the most of your time at university. There's always lots to do, and especially on a Wednesday afternoon for us, we have a sports and society afternoon, which gives you that time as well. So the great thing at the University of Kent, starting this year actually, is that we have our free Kent Sport membership. So this means that all first years will be given a free Kent Sport membership, which includes all of this on our list. So you can use the gyms, you can use any of the workout classes. If you're part of maybe a team when you arrive, you can sign up to them and get bucks entry. There's so much going on, so it's a really good incentive that the University of Kent have brought out this year, which will be rolling out for years to come as well. So if you're hoping to come to the University of Kent, make sure to keep that one in mind. So during your first few weeks at university, there'll be a huge range going on. So the Students' Union entertainment programme will be full of social activities, getting to know different people around campus, parties, sports societies, welcome fairs. So just make sure that obviously when you head to university that you're aware of what's going on, so you can really immerse yourself in everything that the university has to kind of give you, basically. Obviously, going into new accommodation, if you're living on campus, you'll be getting to know your new housemates, and it's quite a nice thing to get to know them. And so you can go out in a little group and maybe explore the different university that you're at. And obviously get to know different people as you go along. And when you start your course as well, it's a great time to get to know people there as well. So you'll be making friends along the way, and especially at the University of Kent, we find that our students find friends really easily through all of the events going on, and just because of the friendly vibe around them. So a big thing to mention about the University of Kent at the moment, so we have a special EU fee for 2021 entry. So Kent is supporting EU students as the UK leaves the European Union with a special EU fee for students joining us in 2021. And this is for the whole duration of your programme. So it's a 25% off international fee. So it's guaranteed for the full duration of your course, and it will commence from the 1st of August 2021. So if you're interested in attending the University of Kent, then feel free to jot down this URL at the bottom to have a look and find out a bit more information about this 25% off international fee, because it's really important. So this kind of brings me to the end of the presentation, and I have some wonderful links here for you that will kind of set you off on either your journey of finding a course or maybe kind of delving in a little bit further. Obviously, open days at the moment, lots of virtual open days going on. So if you're not sure where to find these, the opendays.com is a really good one to find out. And obviously, if you're postgraduate watching this, we have our open day today from 12 till 3. So feel free to drop by. All of our academics are there to speak to you. But hopefully we'll have some questions that I can answer. So let's have a quick look.
Hello, Annie.
Hello.
So you can stop sharing your screen if you want.
Wonderful.
So you can see the questions. There is the link.
Okay, so we have a question. So can I have a placement too? Yes, you can. We have lots of different courses available with placement options. So feel free to have a look on UCAS. For instance, some of our courses, it will say, for instance, biology, and then biology with a year in industry, biology with a year abroad. So there's lots of different courses with placement options. So do have a look at those as well. Our next question, is there a Master's in Creative Writing available for academic year 21-2022 tuition fees? That's a very good question. I know we have an undergraduate course. However, if you head to our website, head to postgraduate courses and type in English, there may be a course, not with the title creative writing, but there may be one that has creative writing within it. So please do have a look at that. Are there any scholarships for Greek students? We have a huge range of scholarships, not specifically for Greek students, but we have a huge range varying from academic scholarships, sports, music. We have so many to count. I can... if you head to our website and type in scholarships, we'll have a huge range on there for you to have a look at. Next question. I would like to ask you about the differences between a master's degree. So the difference between a postgraduate degree and an undergraduate degree. So undergraduate degree is where you head straight from school or college to go and take your first degree, and then once you've done your undergraduate degree, you can then go on to do a postgraduate, which could either be a master's or a PhD. So you know, that's postgraduate is further study after you've taken your first undergraduate degree. Do you accept students from Erasmus Plus? Yes, we do. We do accept Erasmus Plus students. We have a thriving Erasmus program. So yes, please do get in touch with us if you'd like to. Next question. Does the University of Kent offer any reduction in tuition fees for EU students starting their undergrad? Yes, as you probably heard, we have a 25% discount, which is currently ongoing at the moment. So again, if you want to head to the link I had on the screen, I'll be sharing the presentation. So you'll be able to get the link as well. So hopefully that will help you as well. Next question. Yes, another tuition fee for EU students. So yes, again, to the 25% discount for our EU students, making sure that we're supporting you. Is there any Masters for Digital Humanities? I believe we have a Masters, kind of lots of Masters opportunities in humanities. I think we do have areas of digital humanities. But again, if you head to our postgraduate, to our website and head to postgraduate courses, you'll be able to find some really good courses on there for you. But yes, thank you so much for your questions. Hopefully we'll have a few more rolling in. If you do have any more questions, feel free to ask away.
Annie, if you refresh your window, maybe you will see some new questions. Let me know, otherwise I will send them to you here, chat.
So we've got another question. Is there a master's program on translation or intercultural studies that you know of? I don't think we do, unfortunately. But again, if you head to UCAS or find a master's, then you'll be able to, if you head to find a master's, you'll be able to find lots of different degrees on that. If you have any more questions, feel free to ask away.
So in general, I can see a lot of questions about specific programs. So if someone wants to find anything about a specific program, they can go to your website, right?
Yes, so the best thing, if you're interested in specific programs for both undergraduate and postgraduate, I would recommend going to our website and typing it into the main search bar on the front, and it will come up with all of our programs for you. If you have any questions after that, feel free to visit our booth today at IUF. So we can answer any questions about those individual degrees as well.
There are a few more questions, I believe.
They haven't come through just yet.
Okay, I can read them for you.
I've just seen them.
Great, great.
So what kind of courses does the university provide about medicine? So we've recently opened our Kent and Medway Medical School. So it's a collaboration between the University of Kent and Christchurch University. So it's we now have a medical course, which hopefully will be kind of opening up over the coming years. Unfortunately, the entry has passed already for next year. However, feel free to have a look at our website for further information on this for 2022. Another question, is the City of Kent considered as a big, medium or small city according to your previous slides? So the University of Kent is based in Canterbury and also Medway. So I would say Canterbury is a medium-sized city. very historical, and the Medway campus is based in a small town. So, but yes, the Canterbury is the larger option. But yes, it's a wonderful city. It's very historical with lots of transport links and only 45 minutes to London, and all of our kind of airports and things like that. So it's a really great place. Let's have a look. Any more questions? Do students from other countries get accepted easily by the communities at the university? Yes, we have lots of different societies. We're a very diverse campus. We actually have a Greek society for students who are coming over, maybe haven't been to the UK before, who want to kind of get to know people and feel more at home, I guess. So we've got lots of different communities at Kent, and we're an incredibly friendly university. And if you'd like to meet any of us or speak to us, obviously virtually, before maybe heading to the UK, then you can kind of meet us on our website. If you head there, you can speak to us via something called UniBuddy. And this is the option that you can actually speak to our current students, staff like myself, and kind of get to know us, and we can also kind of guide you in the right direction. Have we got any other questions? Is UCAS used only for undergraduate or for postgraduate as well? It's the undergraduate only. However, there's lots of different options for postgraduates. So you have Find a Masters, as well as if you head straight to any of the university websites, you'll be able to get a huge array of different information on there as well. Have we got any more questions? I think that's everything.
I believe so. I just checked the messenger and I cannot see any other questions for now.
Thank you so much, everyone, for all of your questions. If you do have any further questions later on, then feel free to come to our booth, and we'll be happy to help you and guide you in the right direction. So yes, I hope that's been useful, and that the Studying in the UK presentation helped you on your kind of journey to university, or back to university as well.
Thank you, Annie. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Bye.
Hello, everyone. I would like to start off by saying that it's a bit weird. It's my first kind of experience like this. I don't usually do presentations in Zoom. I don't usually, talk to a large amount of people in Zoom. So bear with me, as this is my first kind of experience like this, and it's practically like talking to myself. So I don't know how many people are watching, if they're watching, or what else they're doing. So for lack of a better word, I'm at least a bit nervous. Okay, so bear with me as we go through this. So today's presentation is I called it to read or not to read. It's basically about reasons why I believe people should start reading, especially if they want to become entrepreneurs, but even more general than that, if they want to become successful people. But first of all, let me go with you through the topics that I had in mind. So we're going to go through the why. It's my why. It's not a general why. It's not a universal why. It's not the best why possible. It's why I consider it is worth reading. Also the how, which is how do I read? How do I understand what I read? And how do I read more and even faster? These are some ways that I was put at some moment in my life, and we'll talk about that. I was put in a situation in which I had to read more than I could actually comprehend and more than I actually even wanted. And so I needed to figure out a way that I could do that faster. And I'm guessing that a lot of people, such as yourselves, may find yourselves in that sort of situation from time to time. Also the what, meaning, so this is the last thing that we will be discussing. What should I be reading in order to become a successful person, and more specifically, a successful entrepreneur? And by the end, hopefully, if we do have time, I would really like it if we would address some questions. I've received a sort of brief training about how to read your questions, and you can ask questions and feel free to fill in questions through the entire presentation. However, I must tell you that I will read them at the very end if we have the time, and I hope we do. So yeah, this is what today will be about, or the next 40 minutes will be about. If you're not interested, please be more than welcome to exit. However, if you find yourself at least intrigued, I welcome you to stay, and hopefully you enjoy. Let's go. Are you ready? These are I think we're ready to start. First of all, who's this guy that's talking in front of you? This is the very nicest picture that I found with me. It's from a while back. However, I like it because it's I feel like it's professional. However, so my name is Dragoș. I know that for some of you it may be hard to pronounce. I'm going to say it one more time. So it's Dragoș. I'm Romanian. I live in Romania. I was born in Romania. This is me together with my wife and child. So these are the three. This is the best picture that I can show you in order to answer the question, who is this guy? This is basically the most important thing that I have in my life, and I choose to show it to you also to get a sort of understanding of who it is that's talking in front of you. Also, I would like to say that my wife is not aware that I'm showing this picture. If she would be aware, I'm more than convinced that she wouldn't necessarily enjoy the picture, as you can see, is not, women tend to be very preoccupied of how they look in pictures, and this is maybe not the most flattering picture that I have with my wife or with my son. But coming back, so who is this guy? I'm a coach at the Entrepreneurship Academy. For those of you who haven't heard of the Entrepreneurship Academy, we started a while back. The Entrepreneurship Academy was funded somewhere around the beginning of the 1990s in Finland, and it's sort of it's the biggest and most, I would say, the best school available in Southeastern Europe that teaches entrepreneurship, okay, that develops entrepreneurs, future entrepreneurs. And I'm a coach there. Coach meaning I'm sort of like hopefully you've heard of the term coach before. Maybe you've heard it in sports, or maybe you've actually heard about the term business coach or life coach. I'm basically there to keep an eye on a group of students and keep an eye on their progress, keep an eye on what they're doing, how they're performing, how they're doing business, if they're making money. And I'm there to ask them pretty smart questions. If I come up with them, I'm there to guide their process of learning and becoming entrepreneurs. And in order to become, a coach, and in order to have the sort of job and do the sort of stuff that I'm doing right now, I had to learn a lot and read a lot. And maybe that's why, I should be the one talking today. So in some point of view, I would like to say that there's absolutely no real reason why I should be the one talking to you. And let me explain to you why. As a young adult, actually adolescent and then young adult, I had a really rough time actually getting a grasp of why is it actually valuable to read. So my teachers, when I was in high school, and then when I was in the university, gave me a lot of books that I should read, and they were mandatory, and they were imposed by any sort of, you know, authoritarian way of doing things. And I really struggled. I mean, I couldn't, I think by 19 years old, I didn't actually read. I think I had 3 books under my belt. And it was really hard for me to do that. So I wasn't the best student, and I wasn't the most appropriate student for people that liked, you know, book rats. And from that point of view, maybe I shouldn't be the one speaking to you, or maybe I am the perfect person to speak to you, because, you know, I've come to understand the bottom of the pit. So what's it like to not, you know, be interested in reading anything and understanding anything, and just watching YouTube videos or just watching Netflix, although Netflix wasn't around back then, but we certainly had any other sort of, you know, preoccupation, primarily coming in the form of video, that, you know, surrounded my mind. So I know that part of, you know, what's it like to be a student or a high schooler, you know, and that doesn't really like to read. And now I am someone who I think cherishes reading more than in the other person. I do that as often as I can, and I find it truly, truly valuable to do that. And my story and my progress from, you know, 0 to 100, if we can name where I am as 100, I think is valuable, especially for people that don't really enjoy reading. Now, let's go into the steps. So I told you that we are going to go through the why, the how, and the what. And these are my whys, my hows, and my whats. So they may not apply to you. However, I hope that you find value in what I find value. So I split it into 3 steps. The first is the why. You got to figure out why you should read. And here are my reasons for why I think someone should read. And it's important for me to you know, to say that I really like to found every one of my beliefs in sort of scientific data. So everything that I say is most of the time backed up by real data about studies that have been done. So studies say, not necessarily but studies say that people who read tend to have a broader imagination and a bigger, you know, creativity level than the other people. It's also about a better memory. So people that read tend to have a better memory than your average Joe. Going into some other benefits, you have better relationships. Okay, so people that read have better relationships, and this has been, again, scientifically proven. The reason is because people that read tend to have a broader perspective upon life, tend to have their minds a bit more open, let's say, tend to understand the others a bit more due to that fact. So they seem to have better relationships. And of course, you, whenever, wherever, you are open to read a lot of books, even about relationships and how to have, you know, fruitful conversations with the others. And so they tend to have better relationships overall. It makes you smarter. Okay, that's the dumbest thing that I wrote here is that it makes you smarter, and I think all of us understand why. Okay, they're filled with information that most of the time, if we do the choosing of the books that we want to read, they serve us. Okay, it's implied that they do loads of good to us, especially in the terms of filling us with new information that hopefully makes us smarter. It makes you a cooler person overall, because if you're integrated, if you understand the world, if you have a better understanding of how things work and how you work, how the world around you, you know, shaped and continues to shape itself, you're overall a cooler person. And I do consider myself a cooler person after starting reading the way that I do. And it doesn't really cost a thing. If you're in my situation, I kept receiving books as gifts from time to time. And I was always asking myself, why do people continue giving me books? Because I don't really enjoy reading books. So why keep on giving me books? That's why I wrote that it doesn't cost a thing, because most of the time we already have a lot of information under our fingertips. And also we receive books for free, which for me is, you know, like, you have a tool that can make you a better person. It could make you smarter. It could make you and help you have better relationships. It can, you know, improve dramatically the level of creativity and imagination that you have. It can boost your memory, and it doesn't cost a thing. After looking at all of these things, I wonder how come people don't do this, more often than they should. I still don't have that answer necessarily. Other good reasons in my mind, it allows you to be your own boss. So if you read whatever it is that you want to read, if you start choosing your books the way that you should, with thoughtful action and intention, it allows you to be your own boss and the own master of your learning journey, let's say. In the Entrepreneurship Academy, where I teach and where I coach, we encourage people to be their own bosses and to take their learning in their own hands. Usually in the educational system, maybe in Greece, I can tell you for sure in Romania, people don't have a lot of autonomy when it comes to what they get to choose to read, whether they find it useful or not. I think that breaking that gap and starting choosing stuff that you actually like and that you actually find useful will help you read even more, and actually, if not, starting to read in the first place. So be your own boss. That's really, really important. And if you're like me, you like to be your own boss. Who you surround yourself with is the most important thing that you can have. People are a product of their environment, and a lot of times you may notice that there's a saying: if you're the smartest person in the room, you need to change the room. And I know that a lot of us have a lot of friends, we have acquaintances, people that we spend a lot of time with, and it's a proven fact that the level of, so for example, if you're a thin person, right, and you spend a lot of time with people that tend to be overweight, chances are you are going to begin closing up to being overweight yourself. That goes for eating habits. If you're not so sportive, but you have a lot of friends that go to the gym, chances are you will start going to the gym. So we're constantly a product of the people we surround ourselves with. And here's the thing: there are a lot of really smart people, business people, entrepreneurs, especially wise people that have written books. And when they write books, autobiographies, stuff that they thought about, all sorts of lessons that they found in their lives and that they feel like they need to pass them on. What you do when you buy their book and you start reading it is that basically you're having a conversation with those people. So for me, it's like a gateway, or a sort of a gateway and a hack that we can use to surround ourselves with a lot of really, really smart people. And if we do that more often than not, we will begin to get smarter, wiser, better at whatever we do, especially entrepreneurship. So who you surround yourself with is really important. And I suggest you surround yourself with a lot of smart people that have written down books. Because now we have that. I mean, we have a whole lot of really good books written by really, really awesome people. And it's a shame not to surround ourselves with them. So that's an extra reason that I find useful, because you probably already do it a lot. Most of us read a lot of times. If we don't spend all our time on Instagram and just skipping through the stories, even stories sometimes have something written. But if you go on Facebook, or if you go on any other platform except maybe Instagram and Snapchat and TikTok and YouTube, you'll probably find words there that are written with letters. And most of the time you will choose to read something, even though you may not take it into account. I remember that the first book that I ever read, like from top to bottom, or from scratch to scratch, I think it was a book about dating, and a book that helped men be more agreeable and more, helped me approach the girls that I liked in high school a lot. The reason why I chose that book is because it was really useful for me. Okay, so I had a really good reason to grab that book and actually read it. But I never considered it as being a book read. Why not? I don't know. Now, I do consider it as a book read, and I consider that I found the book for the best possible reasons. I read it, I integrated the information, and then I don't know if I succeeded or not. Hopefully, the book helped me. I don't actually remember that well. Step 2, how should we read? And this, I think, is really important. And it may be of interest to you guys. So you need to have an emotional anchor. That's the first tip that I have, and that works for me. So remember the example that I gave earlier. This is from neuroscience. Okay, so neuroscience is the study that it's the science that studies the brain. And what neuroscience says is that the brain and the heart are really interconnected. And most of the time, it's our heart that will do the actual unconscious decision of buying something, selling something, investing time or energy in something, whether it's a person, whether it's a house, a car, or a book. Okay, so I would advise you to have an emotional engagement, in an emotional anchor with the book that you're searching for. For me, the book about how to approach women, how to approach girls that I was interested in, it had a really valuable reason behind why I wanted to read the book. Okay, so it engaged my brain, and it also engaged my heart. And actually, in terms of order, it was the other way around. Okay, so first of all, my heart wanted to read the book, and then my brain came up with really good reasons of how to do that faster, how to integrate the information. So it did the work for itself. But first, you have to have your heart in. That's the first tip. The second tip number 2, is understand what you plan on reading. So whenever you grab a book, okay, and you want to read it, here's how I proceed, and here's how I advise you to proceed. So you have to skim through the chapter once. That's one thing. You have to go through the chapter, reading what's bolded. Okay. So first of all, you grab the book. Here I have it. I think here I forgot to translate it into English. So basically, it's tip number 2: understand what you plan on reading. And yellow, the thing on the book. Okay, you go to the first chapter and you skim through it. You just go with the pages, you just flip the pages in order to understand how long the chapter is, sort of its consistency, right? Then what I do is that I go through the chapter reading specifically everything that is bolded. In that way, I understand what the author is trying to tell me. I understand what seems to be important, and the main ideas that I will be getting out of that chapter. Afterwards, if I really want to, improve on it, I can go through the first and final phrases of the chapter, because most of the time people, whenever they write books, they have their idea encapsulated somewhere around the first or the final phrase, and everything that's in between is sort of explanation, actually getting you to understand what they wanted to say. And then after you've done that, you go to tip number 3, which is you don't have to finish. Okay, I used to have this preconception that whenever I started a book, I needed to necessarily finish it, and that's rubbish. Okay, if you don't like a book, don't finish it. You don't just have to finish something, especially if you don't enjoy it or you don't find it valuable. However, there's a video from Bill Gates. If you know Bill Gates, hopefully you do, where he says, never start a book you can't finish. I know he's a genius, I know he's a billionaire, but here is where him and we don't agree. I say, if you don't find value in something, don't freaking do it. Okay, so you don't have to finish what you start, but start as many books as you can and finish those that you find interesting and valuable. Tip number 4, diversify. Okay, start reading all sorts of books. You don't necessarily have to read science books. Okay, you can go to mystery, you can go to thriller, you can go to whatever it is that you actually want to read, and start building the habit of actually enjoying what you read. I'm for sure, for example, I hate to read novels or stories. I'm more of a science and more of applied books, applied knowledge. So I like to read entrepreneurs. I like to read people that don't necessarily encapsulate stories inside their books, but rather advices, how to do things. Okay, diversify. That's tip number 4. Tip number 5 is speed reading. Speed reading is sort of a technique. I don't know if you've heard of it or not. I apply it from time to time, and here's how to do it. Let me just check how much time we have. Okay, here's how to speed read, and hopefully, if you look at this and you ever find yourself in front of a book and you need to finish it really fast, hopefully this advice will help you. So It's hard for me to interact with you right now, so bear with me. I'm going to ask you a couple of questions and I'm going to imagine in my head what you're answering, okay? So in order to speed read, there's a couple of things that you need to understand. First of all, if you look at me, okay, right now, if you focus your attention at me and I show you this finger, this is Tim Ferriss, okay? He taught me this and I've then on practiced it, and I think I'm getting better and better. I'm still not there, but I'm getting better at it. So it's a process, so bear with me. So if you look at me and you look at my finger, okay, you are able to see my finger, right? Now, if keeping your contact with this finger, okay, looking to the center of my face, if I show you this finger, let me see if it's inside the camera. If I show you this finger, okay, you keeping your focus here, if I show you this finger, most probably you are able to see this hand. And also, if I move it here, you are able to see this hand. That's because we have a thing that's called peripheral vision, okay? If I look at the center, I'm also able to see what's on the left of it and what's on the right of it at the same time. So, whenever we read a book, here's what I suggest. I don't have a book on me, shame on me. Let's imagine that my hand, so this is a book, okay? My hands are a book. And right now we're looking at one page of the book, okay? And here we have the lines of the book, okay, written down. What I want you guys to do is to grab a pencil, okay? You just try it out. If it works, fine. If it doesn't, still fine. But try it out in order to find out, okay? So you have the page, and then you have the lines here, okay? And usually a book has the lines that start from the beginning, right here in the straight left of the page, and then it ends on the right of the page. Now, I want you to take a pencil and eliminate with your pencil, draw a line from top to bottom, okay? On the left side, eliminating approximately 1 word and a half or 2 words. And then do the same thing on the left, okay? So draw a line that eliminates 1 or 2 words from the line. Why we're doing that is because if we start reading the line of the book from where we draw the new, from where we draw it with the pencil, okay, so the new line that we have on the book, if we start reading the line from the line that we drew with the pencil, we will still be able, using our peripheral vision, to read the first couple of words, okay? So it saves us time. And we read only between those 2 lines that we drew with the pencil, okay? That's how we read the entire page. And if we do that, mark my words, you will still be able to see how the line begins and how the line ends, even though with the pencil we have more of a shallow vision, okay? But using our peripheral, right, vision, we're able to understand those words. That's one thing that you can do in order to speed read. The second thing that you can do, I also have an exercise for you. This is also for Tim Ferriss. He says, if you have in front of you, I don't know where you are, but most probably you're in front of a screen, and hopefully you're looking at me and at the presentation. But I would kindly ask you to just look at a wall. If you have a wall in front of you anywhere, hopefully a blank wall, look at the wall, okay? And I want you to take your eyes look at the middle of the wall, okay? And I want you to take your eyes and actually go through the entire wall, okay? Draw a line with your eyes from the beginning of the wall in the middle towards the end of the wall still in the middle, okay? So a straight line with your eyes. And if you do that, I'll let you for a second to actually do it. If you do that, most probably, I would like you to think about how your eye works, okay? So if you do this, tell me, first of all, if your eye, has a continuous, like, fluid motion of following the line on the wall. If it does, congratulations, you're really special. But for most of humans, okay, so for most of us, our eye doesn't actually have a fluid sort of, skimming through the wall. What we do is that we actually go through phases. So we have, our eye goes and pops there and pops there and pops there. Okay, so we have fragments of where it's like we're taking pictures. And if we realize that, then I would like you to, you know, sort of imagine yourselves reading a book when you're tired. Did it ever happen for you guys, you know, to read a book, and because you were tired, you know, your camera, so the eye, was taking pictures of the wrong lines? So you read something, then you go ahead and you read again, and then you realize you've read the same phrase for like 3 or 4 times, and you're not. That's because your eye, being tired, it tends to either go one line up, one line down, because it takes pictures. And the way that it takes pictures, you know, if you're tired, is getting worse. So that's why tip number, actually, the second thing that you can do in order to speed read is have a sort of tracker, okay? Whatever it is, you can use a key. In my case, you could use a pencil, you could use a marker, whatever it is, but track the line, track where your eye should be while you read, okay? And if you do that, that should also speed things up for a considerable amount. Let me just check if you guys have started to ask questions. Yes, okay, I see the questions. That's really, really good. Hopefully you keep asking them, and hopefully I have time to answer them. Coming back to the speed reading. So first tip: eliminate the words from the beginning and the end of the what's it called? At the end of the line. Second of all, use a tracker. Okay, track. You can do it with your finger. I mean, track where you are with your eyes. Okay, in order to help your eyes take pictures faster, even when you're tired. The third thing, excuse me. The third thing is that, I don't know how many of you do it, but I do it. So answer me this question. I know I can't hear you, but answer me still. When you read, do you hear yourselves speaking in your head? That's an interesting question, right? So when you read, do you read with your voice out loud, but in your head? Because if you do, you're like me. That's what happens when we you know, when we first learn to read. Okay, we read out loud. Okay, so teachers, you know, we in a choir, we're taking a textbook and we're starting reading out loud, and we tend to look at things like that. I got no problem with that, but let me explain to you something else. Have you ever opened YouTube, had a video that you wanted to watch, see that it lasts for, I don't know, maybe a TED Talk or something, right? And you saw that it lasts for 30 minutes, you know, like, hell no, I don't got that time to watch that. I don't have 30 minutes to watch a TED Talk. Let me speed this up, because if I speed it up, okay, I'll still be able to understand. And you take it to 150, you 125, 150, actually 2x, right? So you speed it up twice as fast. And you're still able, if you're like me, and probably you are, you're still able to understand. Why do you think that happens? It happens because we tend to, so the speed in which our brain is able to understand information is way faster than the speed with which our brain is able to vociferate. I don't know if that word even exists, to, you know, to spell out that information, to actually voice it. Okay, so I'm going to say it again. The speed in which our brain understands information is faster than the speed with which our brain voices information. So the fact that we're actually voicing whatever it is that we read in our heads, believe it or not, slows us down. And the way that I would like you to try this out, you don't have to do it now, but if you can, please. So if you have a book or an article or something, you can open anything on the internet. Imagine that you are a car, right? If you're a car and you travel inside the city or inside a town, usually you have a specific speed limit. In Romania, it's 50 kilometers per hour, okay? And you go by that speed, it's fine enough. Okay, fine. I go at 50 kilometers an hour. This is a perfect speed for me. After I exit the town, and I go into open space road, county road, I can go for 100 kilometers per hour, okay? And I go for 100 kilometers per hour. No, first time I do it, it's a bit fast, right? I mean, oh, this is a really fast speed, but then I get used to it, okay? And after I get used to it, I enter another town, and now I have to slow down again at 50 kilometers per hour. How do you think I feel now when I go with 50 kilometers per hour inside that city? You better, guess that I feel like I'm going as slow as hell, okay? The reason why is because my brain and my perception and everything that I have in my body has adapted to the bigger speed. And now the challenge for you is to adapt to a bigger speed of reading. And my challenge for you is to take out a text, an article or whatever, and start reading the text, but sacrifice, I don't know, 15%, 20% of your comprehension. Okay, so whenever you read, you have to understand what you read. And I'm telling you, sacrifice 20% of your comprehension, the way that you understand what you read. So read as fast as you can by sacrificing maximally 20% of your comprehension. You'll see that if you do that, and the way to do that is not to voice information in your head, just read it, okay? It's one thing to read it, and it's another thing to spell it out in your head. If you do that, chances are you'll move faster, okay? And you'll understand faster, and it won't work from the start. Again, this hasn't worked for me from the start, but I think I've gotten better at it, okay? And you get better and better by practice. It's not going to happen from the first thing, okay? These are the speed reading things that I've, sort of advices that I've tried so far in my life and in my reading, and they're dope. They're pretty dope, and they're awesome, and I like to use them whenever I have the chance. And sometimes, I cannot use them. I like to take my time with information. It's not as necessary to speed read, hopefully, but there are times when we need to, apply it. And hopefully you've taken something from this and you can do it for yourselves. Now, step number 3, how do I understand what I read? I want you to, so here's how I understand what I read. Whenever I finish a book or a chapter or anything, so I'm done with reading, if I have the time, I like to take a moment and think about what I just read, okay? Don't just take the information for granted. Think about what I just read. Actually process the information, okay? Have a conversation with what you read. Remember that I said that books are sometimes people that you surround yourself with, okay? People talking to you in a certain manner. I have conversations with the book that I'm reading. Imagine that you are having a conversation with a person that's describing or explaining something to you that's in the form of the information that you receive from a book. You would ask questions, right? You would challenge ideas. You would say, well, I don't know if I think that way. Or, oh, actually, I do think that way. How awesome that you put it in those words. So actually have a conversation with the book in itself, of course, in your mind, so you don't seem crazy. But if you feel like it and you're alone and no one's there watching, you can actually do it, out loud, if that's something that, scratches your back. So have a conversation with what you read. And third of all, play with what you read. And when I say play, I mean be at ease to use whatever instrument that you want. You can highlight, okay? You can use markers, whatever colors. I've learned from, I've learned somewhere, I don't remember where, that green is the best color to underline or to highlight things with, because it facilitates a better, it improves the chances that you actually remember the information if you do it with green. I don't know if it actually works. I do it with all kinds of colors, okay? Write stuff next to the line. You have all sorts of, empty spaces between the lines where you can write whatever it is that your ideas maybe, or contradictory thoughts, or whatever it is that happens while you read. If you just read to read, if it's a novel or a romantic book or a horror story or whatever, then fine. You can just read it in order to understand the story and to feel the story and to live the story. But if you take books that actually have information that is helpful, you can't just read it to read it. You have to actually take the information in, think about it, process it, and understand how it could apply to your life. And this is for the last thing that I wanted to say about how do I understand. Ask good questions about what you just read, okay? You can find good questions all over the internet. I'm not here to give you good examples of questions, but you need to think about, what did I just learn, okay? How is what I just learned going to apply into my life? How does this change the way that I view the world? Okay, important and actually really fundamental questions that we forget to ask ourselves whenever we read what we read. I think it's important. And after you finish the book, go to your girlfriend or go to your, go to your mom or dad, go to your friends, whomever else you like to share information with, and talk to those people about what you just learned. Share that information, because most of the time you'll get a reaction that forces you to think even more about what you just said, what you just learned, what you just read. And that's more important than anything. Okay, we learn new information in order to better fit inside society and socialize within society. So that's the purpose of the game of reading. That's for how do I understand. Don't be afraid to use technology, of course, because we're in the 21st century and you should be able to use technology as much as you want. I have here a lot of suggestions of technology that you could use. One is SpeedReader. This is a site that helps you track how fast you can read. So it basically shows you words and you need to read them and until you lose comprehension. Okay. And it tracks how fast you read. And if you use Tim Ferriss's guide to speed reading and the tips that I gave you for speed reading, you can actually track whether you're improving or not in terms of the speed with which you read. So speedreader.com. Kindle. Okay, you probably know Kindle. It's a device that you can put ebooks on. Researchers have shown that people, so this is from the States, because the States do this kind of researches, we don't. I don't know if you do in Greece, but the researchers say that people that have a Kindle read 50% more. Now, I don't know if, because they read 50% more, they have a Kindle, or it's because they have a Kindle, they read 50% more. Maybe you shed some light on that. I really don't know, but that's what I read. Audible is still from Amazon. So Kindle is from Amazon, Audible is from Amazon. So it started as a bookstore, so it's only fair enough. Online bookstore, actually. Audible is a online audiobook sort of library. I love audiobooks because they help me use the time that I spend in traffic and in car. Whenever I commute from one place to another, I read a whole lot. I finished several books on Audible just by listening to them while I was in the car, or when I'm doing random stuff in my kitchen or in my house, or doing some cleaning or whatever. And guess what? Because the level of comprehension is faster in my brain, I put Audible at 150x, so 1.5 times faster, and I read the book 1.5 times faster. I still understand what it's trying to say to me, and after that I have a conversation with my wife regarding the book. So my wife, the one with the flattering picture from the beginning. That's how I process the information that I go through. Audible, okay? I'll go through them faster. Instapaper, Goodreads.com. Goodreads.com is a site that recommends a lot of good reads. Well, that makes sense. So it's a platform in which readers share, recommend, rate good books, whatever. Yeah. So I received a message that I should be going faster. Readwise and Evernote, where I keep my notes. That's how I work with it. What should I read? The answer is whatever you find fit. There is no right answer. There is only your answer, and whatever you find valuable, whatever you have in mind, that's good enough. Try it. If you don't like it, don't finish it and start another book. As long as you do it, as long as you're in that search for new information, you're curious about what you can find, hopefully you get to read whatever you want. But still, I didn't want to leave you with no list. So since I'm an entrepreneur, I teach entrepreneurship. It's the Entrepreneurship Academy. Here's a list from 3 important people. One is Bill Gates. You can go ahead and make a screenshot of the 15 books that he recommends. Okay. Hopefully you made the screenshot. Second is Warren Buffett. You know Warren Buffett, really, really big investor. 15 books that he recommends, plus a book that was written by him. And screen or make a picture or screenshot, whatever you need. And Elon Musk, 15 books that he recommends, plus 16. The 16th book is the one written by him. So There you go. 40, what is it? 45 books, or even more than that, actually a couple more books of 3 people that are a lot smarter, a lot wiser than I am, that are way more successful than I am. Here's what they recommend you read. If you start with these, I'm guessing it's a good start, okay? Here in the Entrepreneurship Academy, we have an entire book list from which people can, choose whatever book they want, either for personal development, business, sales, marketing. They can read the books, and the way that they, sort of prove that they've read the books is by answering the questions that I told you earlier. So going and integrating that information and answering to some questions in the form of an essay, and that's how we do our stuff. Good. Last thing, the mind is just like a muscle. The more you exercise it, the stronger it gets, and the more it can expand. And I think that the best way you can do that is with books. Thank you. Let it be a fruitful year filled with valuable lessons. That's me and my son. It's a more flattering picture of my son than of myself. And if you ever want to get in touch, I am more than open. Write to me if you want to get in touch about the Entrepreneurship Academy, want to understand how you can better, do things in order to become an entrepreneur. We're more than welcome to keep in touch with a lot of people that are interested. And let me get to the questions. I don't know how much time I have. I have a lot of questions. Okay. Let's take them one by one, and hopefully I know how to answer them. I'm going to just refresh to be sure. Okay. First question, what kind of books would you recommend us to read if we are not the reading type person? I think I've answered this question in a way. So if you're not the reading type person, I'm guessing that you still have, interests, and you have sort of things that, you get a sparkle in your eye whenever you talk about that. And most of the time, if you have such an interest or a passion, there are a lot of books written about it. And maybe shorter books. So whatever tickles you most. I can't imagine someone not being tickled by a certain type of book or a certain type of author. Maybe you discover people on YouTube and they have written books, okay, or personalities or actors or people that you admire that have written books. Start with those. See how they feel for you. I'm in a way the opposite. I love reading fiction, but I always get bored in other genres, especially scientific stuff or business development, etc. Any tips? Any tips for? I'm guessing any tips for enjoying business and development and anything. Again, for me, it's about having the emotional connection of what that book can bring to you, and you can find valuable information that you can take out of stories as much as you can take out of a personal development book, right? I know for a fact a lot, myself not included, because I don't like those sort of stuff, but I know a lot of people that have, read exactly like yourself, fiction and all sort of, fantasy stuff or stories that don't actually exist, but stories are the most capable form of actually teaching lessons to people. So if I were you, I would stick to fiction. I would stick to stories, but I would go for the stories that have the potential of teaching me whatever it is that I want to learn. Okay, so not just stories for stories. What is your opinion about self-development books? Well, I think there are too many of them. I think that a lot of them are crap, especially those that, are top 10 tips to improve yourself or to become a better person in 10 days or something like that. That's just for, if you do that, that's just for SEO. Okay, so search engine optimization. People tend to look for that stuff, and people tend to name their books like that because people tend to buy them. However, some of them are filled with bogus stuff. I would go for I think there are good self-development books. However, you first have to research the author. What does he ground his opinions in? Okay, and after that, actually going to what he wrote down. What are the best books in the genre? What are the best, So it's like with movies. If you see a movie that a lot of people are watching, it's not necessarily that it's a good or insightful movie. It may be appropriate for the masses. However, maybe the information or the way that the book is written may not be appropriate, and most of the time it's not. It's just sales. Hello there, hello too. I'm reading specific things that I like for many hours and for a lot of days, the same topics. I understand these things, but after days or weeks, I can't remember them and I feel like I haven't read them well. What can I do for that? Well, I learned a thing, this is from neuroscience. So the best way that you can ensure that you remember stuff is whenever you need a sort of information that you remember that you got in the book, but you just don't remember what it is, to try and stay as much as you have, your patience, as much as your patience is willing to give you, and try to remember, okay, without helping yourself from the book or from the, any sort of other helpful. So you need to do it by yourself. You need to search inside your brain. And if you do that, the synapses, the neural pathways that are between the informations that you are seeking become stronger and stronger. If you don't succeed, go back to that information, remember that, and after that, use it. Okay. We remember, what was it? We remember, let me check it out because I don't. So we remember 10% of what we read, 20% of what we hear, 30% of what we see, okay, 50% of what we simultaneously hear and see, and then we go to the 80 and 90%, okay, so remembrance. 80% of what we explain to others. Remember that I was telling you, talk to others about what you just read, okay? Help them understand the information that you got out of that book that you don't remember from 2 days ago. And we tend to remember 90% of what we explain and do in the same time. Okay, so for example, if you teach others, if you devise a training or something about the information that you just got, that's a sure way that you're going to remember that information for a long time. Hopefully that answers your question. I think we have time for one more. You can help me out with that one. I don't know how much time we can spend extra. What kind of books would you recommend us to read if we were not the reading type person? I think I've answered this. Could you tell us a few things about the Entrepreneurship Academy you coach at? It's, again, you can find a lot of things on our site. It's the Entrepreneurship Academy, entrepreneurship-academy.ro, R-O. It's the best. It's the best school for entrepreneurs, at least in the Southeastern Europe. And I think we're a match with other big schools that are out there. So hopefully, if you have more specific questions about the Entrepreneurship Academy, I'm more than happy to help you if you reach out to me on my email. I do not remember what I have read. If I will stop. Okay. Do you keep notes while reading? Do you have any tips?
That should be the last question.
Yes, it is the last question. Yes, I do keep notes. I have in Evernote. So when I was talking to you about the technology, so the last one on the bottom, it's Evernote. That's where I have a sort of a big title that says Lessons for My Life. And I take there everything that I learned from books, and I feel like it's reapplicable whenever I have situations that I encounter in my life. So it's a big like document that I put with a lot of lessons that I take out of books in order to become a better person. So yes, I do take notes, but most of all, I take them after I read and after I have a talk with someone, or I ask myself some questions about that information so that I can filter what I write down. I think that's it.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you can see and hear me. My name is Glyn James. I'm the Recruitment and Marketing Manager at the Hillary Rodham Clinton School of Law at Swansea University. And I'm based here in Swansea today rather than in Greece, unfortunately. But I hope that you'll still be able to get a good flavour about law and about Swansea University from my presentation. Thank you to IUF for hosting me. And thank you to my colleague Jennifer Walker, who's here as well. She's from the International Office at Swansea. Thank you, Jennifer. She might be picking up some questions in the chat.
Yep.
Otherwise, so thank you, Jennifer. And I understand that you've been chatting to a few students already and that there's a lot of interest in Swansea.
I have. It's been a very, very busy morning at the fair. So there's still a couple of hours to go. Lots of inquiries, lots of interest and very engaged students. So we're looking forward to this webinar as well, Glyn. Yes, thanks.
Thank you. That's really good to know. So the focus of the next few minutes will be law at Swansea University. And as I say, I'm the Recruitment and Marketing Manager. Well, just to give you a very brief overview, I'm sure you might have picked up already, either from our website or from speaking to Jennifer, that we are 100 years old. We are celebrating our centenary this year. But even though we are 100 years old, we still find time to innovate and adapt and introduce lots of new facilities. As you can see from the bottom picture there, the Bay Campus. We have two sites, they're both in Swansea. They're both relatively close together and they're just outside of the city centre. One is located on a beach and one is located in the middle of a beautiful park. And the law school has two sites, which are both in the top picture there, the Singleton campus. We have lots and lots of very good statistics and awards and badges of quality, and you can see a few of them there. The one I particularly like is anything which is from students. So anytime a student gives us very good satisfaction, that's one I particularly look out for. And we have a lot of those at Swansea University. I'd like to talk about law. And the first thing to say about the law school is that we teach both law and criminology. And we have undergraduate courses, postgraduate courses, professional courses, and of course PhDs as well. So by professional courses, I mean courses that are aimed at enabling you to enter the world of law and practice. An undergraduate law degree would satisfy the educational parts, and then there's lots of professional courses to prepare you, for example, to be a solicitor or a barrister. We have two locations at the Singleton campus, and last year, around about this time last year, we opened our second building, a significant investment. And I was really pleased to see a significant amount of investment into a humanities subject. We don't have any big machinery as you might find in engineering or medicine, but it was a vote of confidence from the Welsh Assembly and from the European government how well we teach law and criminology here in the UK. We do very well in the league tables when it comes to subject-specific areas. So in criminology, we're in the top 10. Law, we're in the top 300 in the world. I think one of the things which really does set us apart when we teach law and criminology at Swansea University is Professor Elwyn Evans, QC. She's our head of school, and we're the only law school in the UK to be headed up by a Queen's Counsel, the very highest level of barrister here in the UK. So she's a practitioner. She sits as a part-time judge, and the law students always feel the benefit of her years of experience in advocating and being a barrister. And the criminology students really enjoy the fact that Elwyn is a criminal prosecutor, and she is always sharing her expertise and her contacts with the real world and with industry. We have a very close connection with the local firms, national firms and international firms, and we have a careers and employability team located within the School of Law to help with specific career pathways, part-time work, placements and internships, all related to the legal field. Some more statistics there, and as I say, the National Student Survey is one of my particular favourites. And criminology, we were number 2 in the UK, and we had 98% student satisfaction. You might have noticed the name of our law school. It does take a few seconds to say. It's the Hillary Rodham Clinton School of Law. And that link with Secretary Clinton is very active. She comes over to the university 2 or 3 times a year. Most of us in the law school and the students, we've been very fortunate to meet her and feel the benefit of her expertise. One thing that she does which illustrates the strength of the link is that she gives, in conjunction with Sky, 5 full scholarships every year, which are MA Global Challenges, and they really do set to improve the world in certain areas which are very, very important, such as child poverty, human rights, keeping children safe online, cybercrime, and prevention and detection of terrorism. She has given many lectures online to our students, and she has engaged with the students over lockdown and got some very high profile people have been speaking in our Global Challenges lecture series. And if you go onto our website, you can see some in-depth interviews with people like Secretary Clinton, Madeleine Albright, sitting MPs and politicians, both from the US and from the UK. As a school, we are quite small. We have around 1,600 students. There are lots of opportunities in normal times, of course, to take part of your studies overseas in Europe. We have partner institutes throughout the world. We have a particularly strong partnership in Canada with Trent. We can also have internships. We have a very strong internship with the DA, the District Attorney's Office in California. So there's the opportunity to spend part of your studies either working or studying overseas. We have a very diverse staff base. Now, I think this is important. This was one of the main things I noticed when I came. There's a high number of people, of international staff, people from EU and from wider afield, which really do help to make the law school a very welcoming place for students from other places. In particular, we have, I think, 3 lecturers from Greece now. Cyprus, Netherlands, Italy, we've just taken on another 2 researchers from Italy. So I think we have 3 or 4 people from Italy. So it really does make a difference when students arrive to have somebody from their home country.
Can I just chip in? Actually, we actually have a question about that, about do we have Greek students at the university? And it's a very popular course for Greek students, isn't it?
It is, yes. I believe at last, I think, Jen, we might be right. We have about 40 or 50 students from Greece,
yeah.
And at least 15 of them are studying law.
Yeah.
Popular courses for Greek students, and there's actually a slide on this in a couple of seconds.
Oh, that's okay.
But it's a good opportunity to say that I particularly like traveling to Greece, and last year I was at the IUF fair and the year before, so I'm really sorry to be sitting on a city in Swansea now rather than in Thessaloniki or Athens.
As am I.
But yes, and I find that in particular students from Greece really like our postgraduate courses in shipping and trade. Greece, of course, being a maritime country, the same as Great Britain, we do tend to have a lot in common, and there's a very strong interest in shipping and trade, and I'll come on to that in a second. So it's a good question. Thank you for that. Yeah. Typically, when we talk about undergraduate law and why people study law, they might initially want to go into these areas. And when you ask somebody, for example, when I go out to schools and tell people about my work, these are the kind of answers that you get. A paralegal, barrister, solicitor, advocate, and we have pathways for all of those specialisms. But I always say that law is such a rewarding and diverse subject that it really does leave many pathways open. And that's why there's a picture there of Alan Wynne-Jones, who, if you're a fan of sport or rugby, you'll know that he's the captain of the Welsh rugby team, and he's won so many honours. He's won the Triple Crown. He's captained the Lions. He's captained Wales to the World Cup, and he studied law at Swansea University. His specialism was sports law. You can specialise in many different types of law, and he is a really good example of somebody who thought, I'm actually going to switch careers. I can't keep getting beaten up, basically, playing rugby, and when I'm in 10-15 years. So he's already planning to be a sports solicitor, and we're helping him with that. We have so many diverse careers. as part of the careers and employability talks that I'm doing at the moment, I've just had a list of all the different and diverse jobs and careers that people have gone on to in the last 2 years. Somebody, after finishing their undergraduate law degree, is now a researcher at the House of Commons, the UK Parliament here in the United Kingdom. Another student went on and is teaching business. So even though he's got a first degree in law, he's now a lecturer in business at a different university. And a further student used her law expertise to set up her own company. It's actually a cleaning company, and it's actually in response to COVID. Swansea University has been at the forefront of the response to COVID. All the money that we'd set aside for physical centenary campaigns, we've ploughed back in to help. The engineering team, the engineering students were manufacturing hand sanitizer. Science students were manufacturing PPE protection. In law, we advised the government on how to keep the housing market moving because people still needed to move house. And it was a Swansea University law lecturer that sorted that out. But just an example there of diverse career paths open to you after graduating with law, because it is such a widely respected degree. And you'll find that many leading politicians, not to mention Joe Biden, of course, studied law. You'll find that many world politicians study law so they can get a really good career opportunity base and transferable skills. You learn so many skills which are so valuable in life, regardless of what you want to do. Here are the undergraduate courses that we have at Swansea University in the area of law. They're all 3 years. I'll bring the entry requirements up in a moment, but LLB is by far the most popular, and that's LLB is the bachelor's. It's the standard 3-year undergraduate law. We have the ability to specialise in either an LLB with crime and criminal justice and law with criminology. And as the names might suggest, the main area of focus will be law, the legal system, but we bring in elements of criminology. And we also have law with a year abroad. The senior status is a 2-year law degree, which is mainly at teaching someone, in essence, the British legal system if they've studied overseas. So, for example, we do get quite a few students from Nigeria, Canada on that course in particular. You'll find, if you've done any research at all into studying law in the UK, you'll find that it might surprise you that a lot of the modules and your subjects are the same. Now that's because to get what is known as a qualifying law degree, which is satisfying all the educational requirements that you need to study law, you have to have studied and passed 7 core modules. They are what we often refer to as the founding principles and the building blocks of law. And you need to know them to go on to further study. At Swansea, we deliberately make them into the first 2 years. So you'll study 3 in the first year and 4 in the second year. Now that keeps the 3rd year free. That really does give you a lot of freedom in the 3rd year. These are subjects like tort, which is all about a duty of care and how your employer has a duty of care to look after you. Contract law, public, EU. The amount of EU law that we teach, it's still there, despite what will probably happen with Brexit in the near future. It's been reduced, but we still will teach EU law. It's such a big part of our life. We'll always be part of EU geographically, if not as close as we are at the moment. And then in the second year, you'll study other key foundation principles of law. And you'll find that any further study that you do at law, whether it's at undergraduate or postgraduate, will build on the principles that you will learn in those 7 key areas. So, for example, you can specialize in cybercrime and terrorism, but you'll really need to understand criminal law, because if somebody is breaking the law, it's a crime, and then it's a cybercrime. So you need to get the building blocks right first. So what you'll find there is the final year is all choice. Now, the last time I looked, we had one of, if not the widest choice of modules at year 3. So in essence, you could tailor your own law degree based on your preferences. And we've deliberately allowed much more choice at year 3 because your preference might be based on academic performance, because you might think, well, I'm going to concentrate on the optional modules where I know I could get a good grade. Or you might focus on a particular area of work that you want to go into or study in the future. And you'll see there this sports law, which I've mentioned, medical law tends to be quite popular, media law. We're all sort of journalists now. Everyone's sort of blogging and vlogging, and there's all sorts of pitfalls and traps that you might fall into if you're accidentally naming or photographing someone. So media law concerns, those sort of things. And you'll see some quite specialist ones. So we have cybercrime, for example, and we have the legal response to terrorism. We can offer these highly specialist modules because we have the expertise at academic staffing, and we have the expertise is because we teach some very specialist postgraduate awards. We were the first university in the UK to offer LLM legal tech, which is a blend of artificial intelligence and law. So it's coding and teaching lawyers how to harness the power of technology. And we also have cybercrime and terrorism. And some of our lecturers are really at the forefront of that discipline. In fact, some of our lecturers actually advise the government on national security issues. So you have little tasters there, perhaps, of what you might want to go on and study at postgraduate level. Now, in some universities, you'll find criminology courses, and in some universities, criminology might, for example, be taught as a social science. Here at Swansea, I'm very pleased to see that criminology falls strictly under the jurisdiction of the law school. I think there's a particular synergy and a particular line that you can draw between the legal system and the criminal justice system. So, for example, in criminology, you will learn about how a person might go through the system, how they might go through probation, how they might be rehabilitated into society, the effects on society of crime and criminal justice, how the media portrays crime and what we can do about it. Every time I've been to Greece, and I've been to Greece many times, I must have been to Greece 6 or 7 times with work. It's one of my favorite places to visit. It really is. I'm generally saying that because I really, really want to be there, rather than, I don't say that to every place. One thing I'm always asked about every time is postgraduate shipping and trade and criminology and psychology. I don't know if, Jen, you've had that triangulated back to you today, but psychology is a very popular choice for our Greek students. So it's there. I think there's a good synergy between, as much as there's a straight line between criminology and law, there's actually criminology and psychology do go together very well. I think it's the psychology of the criminal, the way the criminal mind thinks. There's a lot of psychology in there. It's one I particularly enjoy myself. So that's there, and it's within the law school at Swansea. We have, on our teaching staff, we have people who've worked in the prison service, we have people who've worked in the probation service, and we have several ex-police members of staff. So people who've worked in the Met Police, for example, responding to terrorism in the capital of the UK for 20 years in quite senior positions, and they now teach criminology at Swansea University. When we found ourselves in a situation of blended learning, we adapted quite quickly, and students have responded to that response and said that they feel very comfortable with the way they're being taught at the moment. We were a very early adopter of online teaching methods such as Panopto, for example. And on our website, you'll see students' testimonials about how they feel they've been treated during times of COVID, and you'll see that they're speaking very positively. I think the main thing to point out from this slide is Law Trove, which is a free online resource that we give to all our law students, which means that you don't have to buy any textbooks. So, for example, if you were coming over from Greece, you wouldn't need to put in your suitcase textbooks. And we estimate that saves, in UK money, in the British pound, we estimate that saves an average first-year student for about £300. All of your texts are online. It's something that we do in terms of widening participation and enabling. We don't want to disadvantage students from different backgrounds. So Law Trove is a really good resource. As I mentioned, we have a dedicated careers advisor who gives weekly, fortnightly and monthly clinics or drop-in sessions where you can hone and adapt and really improve your skills, not just your interview skills, but what to put on your CV to make you a more employable candidate when you graduate. And I always say to students, because I'm involved with the arrivals and enrollment and induction, and I say, start to think about graduation and what you're going to do after graduation right now. What can you be doing while you're studying to make your CV look even more impressive? And we have a range of activities that students can get involved in. We have a law clinic where our law students and criminology students are able to shadow solicitors and lawyers giving free legal advice to the general public. The law clinic really is an excellent resource for the people of Swansea and the people of South Wales because they get free legal advice. It might be something about inheritance threshold or marriage, or it might be custody of children, or it might be a boundary dispute with a neighbour, or something about wills and drawing up wills. But we give that advice, and students can shadow and actually get involved with giving free legal advice to the public. That really counts for a lot. It's a way of seeing law in action, law in public. Also teaches students empathy as well, how to speak to the public at generally quite a difficult time of their life. So always think about how you can make yourself a better candidate when you finally do graduate. And there's the law clinic that I've just mentioned. So learning by doing, you can get involved in the miscarriage of justice as well. So we free of charge, pro bono as it's known in the sector, our students help to look at cases which might have been wrongful convictions. We don't go after sort of technicalities, big firms trying to get off on technicalities. It's people that we feel have been imprisoned mainly on a human rights issue. And there have been successes. There have been some success cases. Criminology students can also work with Amicus, which is supporting people on death row in the States. So some quite heavyweight topics there. All of these are skills. They're transferable skills. You can see there some of our skills sessions in action. So you'll be taught how to debate, how to negotiate, how to present an argument. These are all things that any employer will want to see. If somebody can, for example, act only on evidence and just what's in front of them and not on emotion, I think that's a really good skill. The ability to put your case forward, and public speaking. One of the first sessions that we do is quite fun. We have the Royal Shakespeare Company. They come in and they do a session on Shakespeare through advocacy. And that's because Professor Elwyn Evans, you can see her there, bottom center in the middle of the picture. She's one of the judges of that negotiation competition. She's seen so many top lawyers. They've graduated top of the class from Oxford and Cambridge, but as soon as they stand up, they can't make a convincing argument. So we do lots and lots on skills, on personal development skills, how to project your voice, how to make a strong case, how to actually debate against something you don't believe in. That's quite a tough one, and it really does test your abilities. And it's something that of course you'll have to do in the legal sector, but useful in many different types of career. Just a few of the placement and internship opportunities. So some of these are very close to home. We have a very close relationship with the local law firm. Probably the largest law firm in South Wales is JCP, and we place students with them every year. But there's also some global names there. BNP Paribas is a finance house based in Paris. We've posted students there every year. And we've actually got some students into some of the best, most prestigious law firms in the country. The top 5 tend to refer to themselves as the Magic Circle. They're all based in London, and they've got the highest 5 turnovers of any sort of finance house or legal firm in the world. And we actually placed a student there last year. They normally only take students from Oxford or Cambridge. It just shows that Swansea placement, while they're still studying, can compete with the best law students in the country. I just want to now talk a little bit about our facilities. We opened this new building last year, and it's one of the great shames that I can't show you around at the moment. It's such a frustration. But it has a full mock court, which does tend to bring things to life when we're talking or discussing law and we're replaying famous cases. We have a full cyber threats suite, so that's rows and rows of computers and PCs which are not linked to the mainframe. It's because we look at some quite dark material there. We have to look on the dark web to try and prevent and detect terrorism. So it's a very high-tech set of computers there. The executive suite, just underneath the white sail there, if I hover the little arrow there, that's where Secretary Clinton has her office, and that's where she's based every time she comes over. And the law clinic, as I said, the work that students do in the law clinic really does benefit the local community and themselves. And as I say, £5.6 million in a humanities subject really does show the confidence by the Welsh Assembly and the European funding bodies in our subjects. Jen, I wonder if there's any more questions. Might this be an opportunity to see if there are any questions from anyone?
There's a few that have come in, but we've covered a couple of those. We've covered the placements, but there are. So I think we could probably run through them at the end. It's quite a variety, and I don't want to interrupt the flow. There's asking about scholarships and different postgrad programs in criminology. But as I say, I'm not sure whether you'll cover those in due course or whether we can pick them all up at the end, perhaps.
No problem. We can look at those at the end.
Yeah.
Just showing you a few more pictures there of our facilities. You can see there the front of the School of Law Mall building, which was officially opened last year. The top picture there on the right, as I look at my screen, you can see one part of the law clinic. So every Wednesday afternoon we have 10 legal firms, 10 representatives from lawyer and solicitor firms that come in and give free legal advice to the public. And the booths are deliberately made so that they're confidential. And students will shadow, as I say, and given time, they will actually be able to give some legal advice to the public. The way that those notes are written up are with something called case notes, which is actually how solicitors and the legal sector write their notes up in practice. So another really good skill that students can learn before they graduate. Here we have our undergraduate entry requirements. So we have a range there for A levels, and on our website and here I've listed a couple of equivalents to our A-level entry requirements. Basically, if you meet our entry requirements that are equivalent to BBB, shall we say, then we will make you an offer. So there for Greek students, we have our entry requirements, International Baccalaureate there. The good thing, I think, about law and criminology is at Swansea, they're not subject specific. So you do not need to have studied law to study at A level or before. You can come in having studied history, politics, social sciences, medicine. You can have studied any range of history, any range of A levels, and we will make you an offer. We're not subject specific. That no prior knowledge of law is needed, nor at criminology. We don't look for, say, for example, maths at GCSE. So if you decide to study law, then the option is always there. We have the guaranteed offer scheme, which is a really good thing for students. And within my team, we have somebody, one of their favorite jobs is to look at students' personal statements, which is something that students have to do when applying via UCAS. And she gives them help and advice on tailoring it specifically for law or criminology. So do let me know if you'd like to take advantage of that. For postgraduate students, it's a 2-2 in a relevant area. I've left that deliberately vague because we are so flexible. So a 2-2 in the UK is a lower second, and we say relevant area, so law, criminology, but we also accept students who've studied politics, social science, For human rights, we accepted somebody, I think last year, we're strongly considering somebody who'd been a midwife or a nurse, because she'd become involved with asylum seekers, and through that personal experience, she really wanted to make a difference and learn all about the legal processes. So she's studying human rights with us. So we try and be flexible. We look for reasons to accept, and we do take into account work experience. Now I'll come on in a second in more detail to the shipping and trade courses, but it's a good example to give of master mariners. So if you're involved at all in the shipping and trade industry, you'll know that a master mariner is kind of like a captain of a cargo ship. And if somebody has worked as a master mariner, then we will make them an offer. They'd be an ideal candidate. In fact, they do very well studying shipping and trade. So the key thing there to take away, especially at postgraduate level, is that we are flexible. Here are just a few little details about Greece. And as I say, I was there last year. I went to the IUF in person, and I was there this year. I was there in February. So I tend to try and go once a year. My colleagues, such as Jen, between us as a university, we're probably there about 3 or 4 times a year. I think that's fair to say in a normal year.
I haven't made it out yet, Clint. I should be there right now, and because of COVID. I'm very envious. Every time you mention you've been there 6 or 8 times. Next year we'll be there together in February, hopefully. Yes. And if not February, then next October, November for sure.
Oh, definitely, definitely. It really is a key market for us, and as a university, but as a law school, we have a significant amount of Greek students every year. And as I say, at the moment, it fluctuates, but we have about 15 Greek students at the moment studying with us. They tend to be in the area of postgraduate shipping and trade, and we'll come on to some specific examples of that in a minute. But also, as I say, there's a few different subjects there. Psychology, engineering. I think in February I was out with my colleague who was representing engineering, and he was busy as well. Business tends to be popular everywhere. Computer science and biological science, they tend to be the popular subjects for Greek students here at Swansea University. And then within law, it is, as I say, the undergraduate psychology, criminology, but international maritime law, international commercial and maritime law, and legal tech. As I mentioned, we have, I think, some students, even though it's only the 2nd year now that we're running it, we have some Greek students there. They're obviously in Greece, you're early adopters of that, the impact of technology on the legal sector. I wanted to go just a couple of slides on international maritime law, simply because it is so popular. And every time I go out, I spend at least half my time talking about international maritime law. So, I mean, the sea, when I came to Swansea, I was surprised to learn that it's well over 90% of goods that comes into the UK still comes by sea. And then when I thought about it, I thought, well, of course, we're an island, so anything we don't manufacture needs to be sent to us. And it's a lot of things are too heavy to be sent by air. So the sea is vital to the human existence, not just for business, but it's a place of natural resource. And so legal expertise in maritime and anything to do with the sea is always going to be in demand. Greece, of course, shares many of those characteristics with the UK, high level of mariners and a seafaring nation. The Institute of International Shipping and Trade is the largest research body in that field in Europe. So we really do have the expertise there. If you go onto our website, you will find links to the IISTL blog, which is regularly updated. There's something on there every week, and they've been busier than ever during times of COVID. There are so many international shipping routes, arbitrations, cases that come up where members of our institute are making decisions which change the legal face of the world on a regular basis. We're very active on Twitter as well. So really do have a look at those. If you're interested at all in shipping and trade and maritime law, we've got a real body of expertise. You can see there that there's a lot of choice. There are our academics who make up the international shipping and trade community. And there is Dr. George Leludas. He was out with me at the IUF fair a year ago, and there he is on the stand with two Greek alumni who came back to say hello to him simply because they heard he was in town. So we have a close relationship with our community, with LinkedIn, with our Greek alumni, and we can keep track of their careers, and we bring them back, and they guest speak at some of our colloquium and some of our international symposiums. They really are an integral part of our community. One of the things which sets the LLM shipping and trade apart is that it has its own inbuilt mooting modules. So students at undergraduate level can take part in mooting and negotiation and debating, and more often than not, that's extracurricular. But within postgraduate shipping and trade, it's one of the modules. So it does actually count towards your studies. And competitions happen in Lloyd's of London. So if you know anything about the shipping industry, you'll know that Lloyd's of London is probably one of the biggest insurers of marine trade and cargo in the world. And visiting there, it really is the hub of shipping and trade. I wanted to show you just a couple of alumni success stories from Greece. We have a whole series of these on our web pages, so do take a look at them. But I was fortunate enough to meet this alumni. She came and spoke to me the last time I was in Greece, and she's delighted now to still be associate. She'll always be at Swansea University, and she now works at the United Nations. Another one there, Margarita, she won prizes. So we have prizes, financial reward prizes and visits to law companies. That's a big part of what we do at Shipping and Trade. And she's a high-level correspondent now, and she's regularly in touch with us. And Alini, again, another prize winner, and she is an associate in a Greek law firm, and many of you might well know the name of that Greek law firm because it's quite prominent. But she represents maritime companies in the acquisition and sale of new buildings and second-hand vessels. We have many more of those examples on our website. I've put the first 4 fees there. So that illustrates the fact that for January we have 4 courses starting, so it's not too late to come and study in the UK if you want to come in January. And they are the shipping and trade courses. They are the courses that we have for January. All of our courses are available for September, so you can apply for those 4 in January or for any of them in September. And I think Jen, you mentioned there was a question about scholarships and bursaries. Well, I can say that the International Office has a wide range of scholarships and bursaries, and within law, very soon we'll be publishing our Inspiring Futures scholarships. Now, the details should be on our website within the next 2 weeks, so do keep a lookout for that. It's called Inspiring Futures, and it's a series of, I think, 15 scholarships which work out at around £3,000 or £4,000 discounts from your fees at postgraduate level. So that will be a really good opportunity. Jen, did you want to say a little bit more about any of the other scholarships that might be available from the centre?
So I've been just pointing them to, if you look on international scholarships, I know EU students, but obviously with the change after December 31st, if you look at international scholarships, those are our current year ones, but those will be updated for 2021 as well. And then you can look at each course, as Lynn has shown as well, course-specific scholarships as well as the broader ones. And we are hoping to be able to give, well, we are confirmed to be able to give undergraduate scholarship as a transitional bursary for eligible EU students who enroll next September. And because the huge increase up to an international fee is quite shocking. So we are offering a transitional bursary that will bring down the cost, your tuition fees, to the level of a UK home student. So for 2021, that's $9,250 for an undergraduate program. And for those who enroll next September, they'll have that fee for each year of their course, which is just wonderful. It's as much as we can do in the spirit of Brexit, I'm afraid. But obviously the UK tuition fee loan will disappear, but we can certainly help bring that fee down to the current level. It does apply also for the postgraduate, but we're just looking into getting that published at the moment. But again, that would also bring that down to the current home UK fee, which is great news. So we're doing what we can in the circumstances.
That's really good news, Jen. Thanks for that.
Yeah.
So I always say to students, whichever university you're going to consider, look at subject specific. Sometimes you might have to do a deep dive and go onto the subject pages. Also look at international pages, because some will be from the university, some will be subject specific.
Exactly, and it's worth applying, isn't it? So,
oh, definitely.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, yeah. And I always point out to students that it's a cost-effective place to live as well, Swansea. It's a lovely city. It's one of the most cost-effective university cities in the UK.
We're top 3, yeah. We're the 3rd most affordable UK university town in the UK this year, and we're always in the top 5, top 10.
Always,
your money will go further, and it's about a third less expensive than living and studying in London, just to give a bit of a benchmark. So, and you get the great outdoors as well. Not the big city living. So it's, for me, I think it's a very, very good balance. More fun money, I like to say as well.
Yes, it's a great place to work and study. So this is my final slide now. So just a couple of words to say just before I we open it up to questions. I am happy to help, as illustrated there by the picture of me at the airport in September with a lollipop. I will be going up to the airport again. It's something I volunteer for. I actually put my hand up to do that, is to spend all day in Terminal 5 meeting students, because often in the normal course of events, I've met them when I've been overseas. And it's really good to meet them at this exciting part of their journey. So do watch this space, because I'm sure the airport meet and greet, Jen, that will be running again for January. So
I believe so. There'll be more information on that, yeah.
So if it is running, you'll see me. It'll be running, I'm sure, in September. So international office staff are here to help as well. We've got a diverse and friendly law school that's just waiting for you to come and either ask questions now or submit questions by email. And my email is there, and we have some time now for questions. So thank you, Jen. If there's any questions, we can look at them now.
We can just go through this, and thank you so much, Lynn. I think you've just put across it in such a lovely. It's open, it's friendly, and it just shows how connected the School of Law is to the students, not just before, during, and then after, and keeping that that lovely alumnus feeling going as well is just fantastic. I know how popular it is. So the first question is, are there any Greek students in your university? And I was going to say there are. A lot of them do come to study law, as Glenn said, and he went on to expand it across different colleges, and that's been my experience of interest this morning. We actually have a Hellenic Society, which promotes Greek and Cypriot interest in Swansea. It's really well joined up to, I guess is the word. So there's lots of activities going on. You're guaranteed a really warm welcome, and we have a good number of student ambassadors from Greece and Cyprus as well, who are more than happy to contact students with questions while they're choosing their courses, etc. So we have a very, very strong Greek community. The next question is, what are the professional options after choosing the sport law degree?
Okay, so sports law is one module on the LLB. If you want, we have actually got, as well as Alan Wynne-Jones, as well as current athletes that want to go into sort of representing their fellow colleagues afterwards. We do have on our staff some lawyers who are sports lawyers, and we've got 2. So it's a growing area. All the legalities around testing and doping and making sure sport is safe. Also, if you think about some of the things people do to each other on a football pitch or a rugby pitch or in a boxing ring, that if you did in real life, you'd be subject to all sorts of laws. The field of sport has its own separate operating laws and governing bodies. You know, if somebody punches somebody in the face in a game of football, they get hauled up before the FA, not the police. Options afterwards, well, you could take your sports law degree and alongside that choose other modules if you wanted to go into the world of sports. Or you could take a master's. So we have postgraduate courses, for example, LL Human Rights, LLM Legal Tech, or you could take a professional course. And the ones that we have right now, the one that we have at Swansea is the LPC, the Legal Practice course. So if you wanted to practice law in the UK, then you would need to take as things stand, you'd need to take an LLB, a qualifying law degree. Not all law degrees are qualifying. Do look out for that. At Swansea, all our undergraduate law degrees are qualifying law degrees. Then you would need to do an LPC, and that would then qualify you to be a sports lawyer. We have at least, as I say, 2 sports lawyers in the college. So once you enroll, as soon as you're in arrival and induction, if you, for example, make yourself known to me, I can send you along to either Keris or Matthew, and they will point you in the right direction. They will advise you which modules to choose in year 2 and year 3 to give you the best head start in the field of sports law.
That's great. Thanks, Glyn. So we're asked, are there any scholarships? We've covered that. Placements as well. You have covered that with a slide showing there's a huge variety of local, national opportunities there and how well placed we are to provide those. And employability is huge for Swansea University. It's one of our great strengths. We always do look beyond the degree and the academic side into what you can do next and make sure you're leaving well equipped to, as Glyn says, either take on a further degree or go into the world of work. So plenty of support there. A couple of questions. I think you kind of answered it about masters. About undergrad, you don't have to have studied law previously to do an undergraduate, but can I attend a postgraduate program in criminology without having studied law first, Glyn?
We have questions like that quite regularly, and most of the time, I'd say my approach would be we're looking for reasons to accept rather than reasons to say no. So we automatically accept anyone who's, for example, studied law, anyone who studied politics, anyone who studied history. So the social sciences, you've got a really good head start there if you've studied a social science. Then we come on to things like nursing and midwifery, and the field starts to get broader. But what I advise students, and I had one this week, and I said, well, tell me more about yourself in the space that you're given. So explain if you've done any relevant work experience, whether or not you've had a personal experience which has led you to have an interest in law. Is there any personal reason why, for example, you want to make the world a better place? You want to find out more about the prison system? You want to become a youth justice worker? You want to help less advantaged people, the homeless, for example. They're often victims of crime through no fault of their own. Some people are drawn towards criminology from all sorts of personal experiences. And I say to someone who might have studied something other than a closely related area, tell me about yourself, and we'll look for reasons to accept you. So yes, we can make it more broad. We can make it more broad than narrow.
I think that's great. It just shows again flexibility. We'll always consider. We're not just black and white, are we, with things? I think which is another strength of ours. So, and the final question was about postgraduate programs for criminology, and I think you had a slide that covered that.
Yes, the main one is MA Applied Criminal Justice and Criminology, and I love the word applied in there. It points towards the actual things that you'll be learning are relevant to industry. As I say, our teaching staff is made up of ex-police, people who are still actively working in the prison service, trying to make things better, probation, and rehabilitation. So yes, it's applied criminal justice and criminology. That's the main one. But we also have the specialist one, cybercrime and terrorism. So that's preventing and detecting online harm to vulnerable members of society and preventing radicalization. That's the other postgraduate in that field.
That's perfect. Thank you very much. And that literally just brings us right up to 3 o'clock, which was perfection. So that's all the questions. And yeah, I mean, I'm still online on the chat. We have a Swansea University booth all the rest of the afternoon. If you've got any questions, feel free to drop me a message on there. And if there's anything I can't answer, I'll ping it across to Glyn, and I'm sure he'll come straight back with some further information. everything is on our website. It's a very, very good website. Everything's up to date currently, with courses and joining information, etc. So if you're not able to get hold of us, then do please either email Glyn's emails on there, contact me today, or have a look on the website. But thank you for your interest in Swansea. Thanks for joining the webinar. And Glyn, thank you for taking the time to explain all what's on offer at Swansea.
No, I enjoy it. And I'm here for the rest of the afternoon, Jen. If you've got anyone with a burning desire to speak to me, just reach out and I'll be there.
Thanks.
Thank you.
There's a song there.
Καλώς ήρθατε στο δεύτερο webinar της Edmundo, πώς να κάνεις μια σωστή αίτηση μεταπτυχιακού. Θα δούμε σε αυτό το webinar έναν ολοκληρωμένο οδηγό, όσο ολοκληρωμένος μπορεί να είναι βέβαια στο χρόνο που μας δίνεται, για το πώς κάποιος μπορεί να στείλει μια αίτηση. Αρχικά να δούμε λίγο ποιοι είμαστε. Δεν συστήθηκα και στην αρχή. Εγώ είμαι η Βίκη από την Edmundo και η Edmundo ανήκει, όπως και η IUF, ανήκει στον όμιλο Educativa, ο οποίος παρέχει εκπαιδευτικά προγράμματα και υπηρεσίες και έχει πολλά χρόνια εμπειρίας στον χώρο της εκπαίδευσης. Στην Ελλάδα υπάρχει για πάνω από 2 χρόνια πλέον με την Edmundo. Και στη Ρουμανία, όπου είναι τα κεντρικά της Educativa, πάνω από 10. Η Edmundo τώρα μπορεί να βοηθήσει οποιονδήποτε ενδιαφέρεται για σπουδές στο εξωτερικό, προσφέροντάς του δωρεάν αμερόληπτη και εξατομικευμένη συμβουλευτική. Μπορούμε να σας βοηθήσουμε με το να αναλύσουμε τι επιλογές έχετε, σύμφωνα με τις σπουδές, είτε ενδιαφέρεστε για μεταπτυχιακές είτε για προπτυχιακές σπουδές. Φυσικά, βοηθάμε στην δημιουργία του προσωπικού σας φακέλου αίτησης. Αυτό σημαίνει, ουσιαστικά και η παρουσίαση που θα δούμε σήμερα είναι κομμάτι αυτού. Και τέλος, προσφέρουμε και πληροφορίες για υποτροφίες που μπορεί να υπάρχουν, που δίνει κάθε πανεπιστήμιο, είτε για διαθέσιμα κρατικά δάνεια. Θα κάνουμε μια μικρή αναφορά και στην παρουσίαση. Να σας πω ότι στο τέλος της παρουσίασης θα δω τις ερωτήσεις σας, οπότε μπορείτε να κάνετε ερωτήσεις στο chat. Απλά για να μην διακόπτετε η ροή της παρουσίασης, θα τις κρατήσω για το τέλος. Θα μου τις στείλουν οι συνεργάτες μου για να μπορέσω να απαντήσω σε περισσότερες από αυτές. Ελπίζω να απαντήθηκαν και ερωτήσεις που είχατε στο booth μας. Αν όχι, μπορείτε να πάτε κανονικά, να μας βρείτε στο booth και μετά την παρουσίαση, ίσως είμαστε διαθέσιμοι και λίγο μετά τις 6. Οπότε πάμε να δούμε φυσικά τον λόγο για τον οποίο είστε εδώ, τα στάδια της διαδικασίας μιας αίτησης και πώς αυτά μπορούν να σας βοηθήσουν για να πετύχετε τελικά τον στόχο σας, που φαντάζομαι είναι να γίνετε δεκτοί σε ένα πρόγραμμα, στο πρόγραμμα της επιλογής σας. Πρώτο και βασικό, που ίσως έχετε οι περισσότεροι, είναι ο προσανατολισμός στο αντικείμενο σπουδών. Πριν επιλέξω ένα μεταπτυχιακό, πρέπει να ξέρω τι θέλω. Δηλαδή, π.χ. μπορεί να θέλω να σπουδάσω, να έχω ένα προπτυχιακό νομικής, αλλά τι θέλω να κάνω μετά, στο επόμενο βήμα. Πώς θα ήθελα να τη συνδυάσω. Θα ήθελα να κάνω European Law, θα ήθελα να κάνω Commercial Law. Υπάρχουν πάρα πολλές κατηγορίες. Οπότε καλό θα είναι ιδανικά να προσανατολιστώ. Πριν ίσως ακόμα και πριν προσανατολιστώ, πρέπει να ξέρω λίγο και τι επιλογές έχω. Όπως σας είπα για το law, σας είπα απλά 2 κατηγορίες. Υπάρχουν πολλές. Αν είμαι σε computer science κλάδο, σε πληροφορική π.χ., υπάρχουν περισσότερες. Οπότε πρέπει να ξέρω τι επιλογές έχω, ποια τα διαθέσιμα πανεπιστήμια που προσφέρουν αυτές τις επιλογές, ακόμα και οι χώρες. Ποια χώρα ίσως έχει κλείσει σε κάτι. Οπότε κάνω την έρευνά μου για αυτή την επιλογή και μετά μπορώ να δημιουργήσω μια λίστα με προγράμματα. Ότι με ενδιαφέρει αυτό το πρόγραμμα, αυτό και αυτό, για τους λόγους, εννοείται, τους προσωπικούς του καθενός. Μετά αρχίζει το πρακτικό κομμάτι, η προετοιμασία της αίτησής μας. Εφόσον έχουμε βρει σε ποια προγράμματα θέλουμε να κάνουμε αίτηση, μετά θα πρέπει να δούμε πολύ προσεκτικά τι ζητάει το κάθε πρόγραμμα. Δεν υπάρχει συγκεκριμένη συνταγή. Υπάρχει ένας γενικός κανόνας που θα κινηθούμε γύρω από αυτόν τον κανόνα, αλλά κάθε πρόγραμμα, κάθε πανεπιστήμιο, κάθε χώρα μπορεί να έχει διαφορετικές απαιτήσεις. Γι' αυτό θα πρέπει να είμαστε προσεκτικοί με το τι ζητάει. Π.χ. Στα αγγλικά μπορεί ένα πανεπιστήμιο να ζητάει 6,5, μπορεί και 6, σε άλλο όμως να ζητάει 7 για τον ίδιο κλάδο. Δεν έχει σημασία. Οπότε αυτά τα πράγματα τα προσέχουμε από την αρχή. Και μετά εννοείται πάμε στην αίτησή μας, εφόσον έχουμε συλλέξει όλα μας τα έγγραφα, έχουμε δει τι χρειάζεται, στέλνουμε την αίτηση με όποιον τρόπο φυσικά έχει καθορίσει το ίδιο το πανεπιστήμιο και εφόσον στείλουμε την αίτηση, ακολουθούμε κάποιες μετά αίτησης υποχρεώσεις και διαδικασίες. Γιατί υπάρχει και το μετά, εννοείται. Αλλά εμείς θα μιλήσουμε κυρίως για το πριν. Πάμε να δούμε τώρα την προετοιμασία, πολύ πολύ συγκεκριμένα και με βήματα. Λοιπόν, όπως είπαμε και στο προηγούμενο slide, θέτω μια σειρά από προτεραιότητες. Βάζω τη λίστα που έχουμε κάνει πριν, έχουμε δει ότι θέλω αυτά τα 10 προγράμματα, πρέπει να τα βάλουμε σε προτεραιότητες αυτά τα προγράμματα. Ξέρω ότι είναι δύσκολο. Τα περισσότερα παιδιά στην Edmundo δυσκολεύονται σε αυτό το στάδιο, στο να πούν ότι εγώ θέλω αυτό και αυτό, σίγουρα. Γιατί, θα περνάω λίγο πιο γρήγορα, ναι μεν μπορεί να μας αρέσουν πολλά, αλλά πρέπει ένα να είναι top. Να το έχουμε πρώτο στη λίστα μας. Και σίγουρα να έχω και κάποια άλλα backup. Okay. Και μπορούμε να κάνουμε αίτηση, μπορείτε να κάνετε την αίτησή σας σε πάνω από ένα, αλλά να ξέρετε πού είναι ο προσανατολισμός σας. Προσέχουμε, το ανέφερα και πριν, προσέχουμε τις χώρες που κάνουμε αίτηση, να δούμε τι θέλει κάθε χώρα, πότε είναι το κάθε συγκεκριμένο deadline και σημαντικό tip, μην επιλέγετε παραπάνω από ένα προγράμματα σε κάθε πανεπιστήμιο. Π.χ. ένα πανεπιστήμιο μπορεί να έχει 2 προγράμματα που να αφορούν το computer science που με ενδιαφέρει. Συστήνουμε να κάνετε στο ένα, σε αυτό που σας αρέσει πιο πολύ, γιατί δείχνει καλύτερη εικόνα στο πανεπιστήμιο. Πολύ πολύ σημαντικό είναι οι ημερομηνίες και οι προθεσμίες που έχω. Δηλαδή, μπορεί να θέλω να κάνω μια αίτηση στο Βέλγιο, το οποίο σαν χώρα, η οποία σαν χώρα έχει άλλες ημερομηνίες με τη Σουηδία π.χ. Αν την συγκρίνουμε, αν συγκρίνουμε το Βέλγιο με τη Σουηδία. Άλλη στιγμή πρέπει να στείλω την αίτηση, άλλη στιγμή πρέπει να στείλω τα τελικά μου έγγραφα. Άρα αυτά τα πράγματα τα προσέχουμε. Κάθε χώρα έχει άλλες προθεσμίες και φυσικά όλα τα προγράμματα δεν έχουν τις ίδιες προθεσμίες. Τώρα, να συνεχίσουμε με τα έγγραφα αίτησής μας. Να δούμε λίγο τι έγγραφα πρέπει να ετοιμάσω. Θα τα δούμε και πιο μετά, αλλά στην προετοιμασία μας, όταν προετοιμαζόμαστε, πρέπει να έχουμε ξεκάθαρο ότι θέλω αυτό, αυτό και αυτό. Λέω αυτό και αυτό για να μην σας κάνω spoil το επόμενο slide της παρουσίασης. Πρέπει να ξέρουμε τι θέλει κάθε πανεπιστήμιο για να τα ετοιμάσουμε όλα στην ώρα τους και προσεκτικά. Πόσο χρόνο χρειάζομαι να ετοιμάσω κάθε έγγραφο. Αυτό είναι και προσωπικό για τον καθένα σας. Δηλαδή, ένα βιογραφικό μπορεί κάποιος να το έχει έτοιμο και με μικροαλλαγές για να γίνει ένα σωστό ακαδημαϊκό βιογραφικό, είναι έτοιμο για αποστολή. Κάποιος άλλος μπορεί να μην το έχει έτοιμο. Οπότε, θα πρέπει να το υπολογίσουμε αυτό στον χρόνο που χρειάζομαι για να συλλέξω τα έγγραφα. Πολύ, πολύ σημαντικό. Πολύ σημαντική ερώτηση είναι μήπως πρέπει να βγάλω κάποιο δίπλωμα επιπλέον των αγγλικών π.χ. Μήπως κάποια χώρα θέλει, δεν ξέρω αν έχετε ακούσει, το GMAT. Γιατί για κάποια προγράμματα χρειάζονται και κάποια επιπλέον διπλώματα που δεν τα έχουμε. Είναι κανόνας, υπάρχουν μικρές εξαιρέσεις, ότι αιτήσεις μπορούμε να στείλουμε χωρίς να έχουμε όλα αυτά τα έγγραφα έτοιμα, αυτά τα επιπλέον που πρέπει να δώσουμε εξέταση. Οπότε μην το φοβάστε τόσο αυτό όταν πάτε να κάνετε μια αίτηση, αλλά να ξέρετε μέχρι πότε μπορείτε να στείλετε αυτό το επιπλέον έγγραφο. Μετά, το άλλο βήμα είναι εννοείται να συμπληρώσουμε την φόρμα μας. Στα μεταπτυχιακά, κάθε πανεπιστήμιο έχει διαφορετική πλατφόρμα. Γιατί στα προπτυχιακά δεν ισχύει αυτό. Στα προπτυχιακά συνήθως κάθε χώρα έχει μια γενική πλατφόρμα Μιλάω εννοείται για τον κανόνα, υπάρχουν εξαιρέσεις. Μια γενική πλατφόρμα που στέλνονται όλες οι επιλογές εκεί. Στα μεταπτυχιακά, ο κανόνας είναι πως κάθε πανεπιστήμιο έχει τη δική του πλατφόρμα, συμπλήρωσε αυτό και αυτό και αυτό. Οπότε να είμαστε σίγουροι που κάνουμε αίτηση. Εδώ προσθέτω και το κομμάτι Edmundo στην παρουσίασή μας, γιατί είναι σημαντικό κάποιος άλλος, κάποιο τρίτο πρόσωπο, μακάρι η Edmundo σύμβουλός σας, γιατί πέρα από τη βοήθεια σε όλα αυτά θα είμαστε μαζί σας και σε αυτό το κομμάτι, να ελέγξει την αίτησή σας. Δηλαδή πριν πατηθεί το apply button, το send application, κάποιος να δει αν όντως όλα έχουν συμπληρωθεί σωστά. Είναι πολύ σημαντικό το πανεπιστήμιο όταν λάβει μια αίτηση να έχει μια σωστή εικόνα. Είναι καλό για εσάς, καλό για την αίτησή σας. Υπάρχουν περιπτώσεις που παιδιά έχουν έρθει σε επικοινωνία μαζί μας γιατί κάνανε μια αίτηση και κάναν κάποιο λάθος και το κατάλαβαν αφότου έστειλαν την αίτηση. Εμείς μετά επικοινωνήσαμε με το πανεπιστήμιο, εννοείται, λύσαμε το ζήτημα, αλλά ιδανικά δεν θα πρέπει να υπάρχει κάποιο τέτοιο ζήτημα και από την αρχή να είναι μια σωστά δομημένη, με σωστές πληροφορίες αίτηση. Πάμε να δούμε λίγο για τα έγγραφα, γιατί όλα αναφέρω στην παρουσίασή μου, αλλά δεν έχω πει και κάτι συγκεκριμένο. Να δούμε λίγο τι πρέπει να έχετε, τι πρέπει να ετοιμάσετε για να πείτε ότι ωραία, είμαι αρκετά έτοιμη να στείλω την αίτησή μου. Λοιπόν, πρώτο και βασικό έγγραφο είναι το personal statement. Όλοι μας πρέπει, στα μεταπτυχιακά δεν υπάρχουν εξαιρέσεις για αυτό το έγγραφο, σπάνια. Τώρα προσπαθώ να θυμηθώ και εγώ αν μου έχει τύχει, αν μας έχει τύχει ποτέ στην Edmundo, αλλά είναι κάτι που θα σας το ζητήσουν. Μπορεί να το ζητήσουν ως cover letter, ως motivation letter, αλλά θα σας το ζητήσουν. Μετά έχω πιο συγκεκριμένα tips, γι' αυτό θα τα περάσω λίγο γρήγορα. Μετά είναι συστατικές επιστολές, recommendation letter. Πάλι πολύ λίγες εξαιρέσεις. Θα πρέπει να έχετε συστατικές επιστολές, είτε μία, τις περισσότερες φορές δύο, από ακαδημαϊκά πρόσωπα. Βιογραφικό, ακαδημαϊκό, κάποιο English Certificate, δίπλωμα αγγλικών. Το τελικό σας δίπλωμα, το οποίο μπορεί να σταλεί, όπως και το English Certificate, μπορεί να σταλεί και αφότου κάνετε την αίτηση, γιατί υπάρχουν άτομα τα οποία δεν έχουν τελειώσει τις προπτυχιακές τους σπουδές όταν κάνουν την αίτησή τους. Είναι ok. Τα πανεπιστήμια δεν περιμένουν αιτήσεις από αποφύτους αποκλειστικά, αλλά θα πρέπει σίγουρα να σταλεί το transcript, το οποίο σημαίνει η αναλυτική σας βαθμολογία την στιγμή, δηλαδή πρέπει να είναι πρόσφατη τη στιγμή που κάνετε την αίτησή σας. Και στο τέλος της, ας πούμε, πριν την αρχή της νέας ακαδημαϊκής χρονιάς, που είναι να ξεκινήσετε το μάστερ σας, θα πρέπει να έχει σταλεί σίγουρα και το τελικό σας transcript, αλλά και το δίπλωμά σας. Το πτυχίο σας, άμα είστε σε κολέγιο, το διπλώμα και ούτω καθεξής. Και κάπως έτσι ολοκληρώνεται το application form. Λίγα λόγια για κάθε έγγραφο, για να τα έχετε. Το personal statement είναι μια προσωπική έκθεση ουσιαστικά, που όταν κάποιος την διαβάζει πρέπει να καταλάβει για ποιο λόγο επιλέγεται αυτόν τον κλάδο σπουδών. Δηλαδή, επέλεξα να κάνω αίτηση σε business marketing. Για ποιο λόγο θέλω να κάνω μεταπτυχιακές σπουδές σε αυτό τον κλάδο. Και πολλά ακόμα. Αυτό είναι ένα άλλο webinar για το τι θα πρέπει να έχει το personal statement. Γι' αυτό δεν θα υπεραναλύσω το περιεχόμενο του personal statement. Το μήκος είναι περίπου 1,5 σελίδα Word. Καλό είναι να μην υπερβείτε. Κάποια πανεπιστήμια έχουν αυστηρό όριο, κάποια δεν έχουν, αλλά μην πάει παραπάνω από 1,5 σελίδα. Το ύφος να είναι προσιτό, αυτοβιογραφικό, δεν χρειάζεται κάτι τρομερά αυστηρό. Ακόμη και σε ερευνητικό πρόγραμμα να κάνετε, σας συστήνουμε να μην είναι πολύ αυστηρό το έγγραφό σας. Εννοείται φιλικό, αλλά όχι από την άλλη όχι και υπερβολικά φιλικό. Άρα μια ισορροπία. Τα recommendation letter, οι συστατικές επιστολές, είπαμε συνήθως 2 ακαδημαϊκές, όχι απαραίτητα από τον κλάδο σπουδών σας. Δηλαδή, άμα κάποιος κάνει σε business marketing και το πρώτο πτυχίο είναι διοίκηση επιχειρήσεων, τότε δεν χρειάζεται απαραίτητα να γράψει τη συστατική ένας καθηγητής του marketing. Μπορεί να είναι άλλος του κλάδου business. Επίσης, μπορεί κάποιο πανεπιστήμιο όντως να δέχεται και συστατικές εκτός ακαδημαϊκού προσώπου, δηλαδή να είναι επαγγελματικές, να είναι από κάποια εταιρεία που έχετε εργαστεί, αλλά δεν το συστήνουμε γενικά. Μπορεί να είναι ανοιχτή είτε κλειστή, δηλαδή ο καθηγητής σας μπορεί να στείλει κατευθείαν στο πανεπιστήμιο, εξαρτάται, είτε να στείλετε εσείς, ή αν κάνετε την αίτηση μαζί με την Edmundo, μέσω της Edmundo, να σταλεί η συστατική κανονικά. Πάλι εξαρτάται από το πανεπιστήμιο, θα πρέπει να το προσέξετε αυτό για το τι ζητάει, για να είστε σίγουροι. Μετά, το βιογραφικό πρέπει να γίνει αναφορά εννοείται σε πολλά πράγματα. Είναι ένα βιογραφικό όπως το έχουμε συνηθίσει, αλλά πρέπει σίγουρα να υπάρχει ένας προσανατολισμός στα ακαδημαϊκά σας. Γιατί, όλοι γράφουμε την εργασιακή μας εμπειρία, αλλά είναι σημαντικό να φανεί στο βιογραφικό το τίτλος του πτυχίου, αλλά έχω κάνει κάποια ίσως εργασία στα χρόνια σπουδών μου, έχω κάποια πτυχιακή, έχω κάνει πτυχιακή, έχω συμμετάσχει σε κάποιο project. Αυτά ιδανικά πρέπει να φαίνονται. Πρέπει να φαίνεται το επίπεδο γλώσσας που έχουμε, όχι μόνο στα αγγλικά, αλλά και άλλες γλώσσες αν ξέρουμε, και άμα έχουμε και κάποιες άλλες ασχολίες. Φαίνεται αυτό στο βιογραφικό, φαίνεται και στο personal statement, η αλήθεια είναι, οπότε πρέπει να αναφερθούν όλα αυτά. Μετά, τις περισσότερες ερωτήσεις μας, νομίζω, τις έχουμε για το δίπλωμα αγγλικών. Τι επιτρέπεται, ειδικά τώρα, λόγω καραντίνας, πολλά πράγματα έχουν αλλάξει. Πώς θα δώσω εξετάσεις στο IELTS, γίνονται, δεν γίνονται, υπάρχει διαθέσιμο online test. Υπάρχουν πολλές επιλογές πλέον, πάρα πολλές. Ακόμα και κάθε πανεπιστήμιο έχει τη δική του επιλογή. Θα πρέπει, βέβαια, να το ελέγξουμε. Γιατί εννοείται υπάρχουν πανεπιστήμια που παραδοσιακά, θα πω, ζητούν μόνο IELTS ή TOEFL π.χ. Ή Cambridge, αν έχετε εννοείται το Cambridge, το Proficiency, είναι το πιο δυνατό έγγραφο. Δυστυχώς, να σας προλάβω, το Michigan δεν το αναγνωρίζουν τα περισσότερα πανεπιστήμια. Ξέρω και εγώ Michigan έχω και εγώ Michigan έδωσα, οι περισσότεροι από εμάς, αλλά υπάρχουν επιλογές που μπορούμε να γεφυρώσουμε αυτό το χάσμα. Όπως σας είπα και πριν, δεν χρειάζεται τη στιγμή της αίτησης, οπότε μην αγχωθείτε με αυτό, αλλά να ξέρετε τι θα δώσετε και πότε θα το δώσετε. Έχουμε και αυτό το link, θα σας το στείλουμε, γενικά θα είναι και η παρουσίαση, θα μπορέσετε σίγουρα να την έχετε και να τη δείτε μετά, αλλά πηγαίνετε και στο booth μας, αν δεν έχετε πάει, για να δείτε την πληροφορία, είτε κατευθείαν είτε στο site μας, για να δείτε, υπάρχει άρθρο που αναλύει το τι μπορείτε να δώσετε σε δίπλωμα αγγλικών, ανάλογα με το πανεπιστήμιο. Δεν τα έχουμε όλα τα πανεπιστήμια, γιατί είναι μεγάλη λίστα μας, αλλά σίγουρα μπορείτε να βρείτε αρκετή πληροφορία. Και μετά το πτυχίο εννοείται, να το ελέγξετε ότι όντως σας έχει σταλεί από την γραμματεία σας. Θα πρέπει να υπάρχει και στα ελληνικά, αλλά και στα αγγλικά. Θα πρέπει να κάνετε μια επίσημη μετάφραση. Μπορεί να είναι σε Βρετανικό Συμβούλιο, στο δικηγόρο, σε ένα μεταφραστικό κέντρο. Υπάρχουν αρκετές επιλογές, αλλά σίγουρα δεν φτάνει να το στείλουμε στα ελληνικά. Δεν μιλούν ελληνικά Σας το υπογράφω. Πρέπει να γίνει η μετάφραση, να είναι στον αρχικό σας φάκελο. Πρέπει λίγο να το δείτε αυτό. Οπότε, λίγο πολύ, τα έγγραφα, τα βασικά που θα σας ζητήσουν είναι αυτά. Τώρα, υπάρχουν και κάποια άλλα έγγραφα, όπως ταυτότητα, π.χ. OK, κάποια ζητούν, κάποια όχι. Φαντάζομαι δεν έχετε κάποιο πρόβλημα με το να στείλετε ταυτότητα είτε βιογραφικό, κάποιο ID. Όπως σας είπα, κάποια θέλουν GMAT. Το GMAT θέλει προσοχή, γιατί θέλει χρόνο, περισσότερο χρόνο από το IELTS, γιατί δεν δίνεται και σε ένα τόσο τακτά χρονικά διαστήματα, αλλά είναι και... Προσωπικά δεν το έχω δώσει, να σας πω την αλήθεια, αλλά επειδή συναναστρεφόμαστε με πάρα πολλά παιδιά, μας λένε ότι είναι αρκετά δύσκολο απλά για να κάνεις μια προετοιμασία λίγο πριν, να πας, OK, και να το δώσεις. Άρα, να δείτε προσεκτικά αν χρειάζεται. Και μήπως έχετε εναλλακτική για κάποιο πρόγραμμα που δεν το θέλει το GMAT. Δηλαδή, δείτε το αυτό. Ίσως ζητήσουν, αν και μεταπτυχιακό, ίσως ζητήσουν και το απολυτήριο λυκείου σας. Αυτό εξαρτάται ο κλάδος τις περισσότερες φορές. Θα πρέπει λίγο να το δείτε. Σας συστήνω να μιλήσετε με μια σύμβουλο της Edmundo, να στείλετε στην Edmundo, για να το ξέρετε από νωρίς, γιατί πολλοί δεν το έχουν και θα πρέπει να πάνε στο σχολείο τους, να το ζητήσουν, μήπως δεν μπορούν εύκολα να το κάνουν. Έχουμε ακούσει ιστορίες χρονοβόρες και σε αυτό το κομμάτι, οπότε να είστε σίγουροι. Αλλά μιλάω για εξαιρέσεις. Δεν είναι κανόνας ότι θα σας ζητήσουν το απολυτήριο λυκείου. Και μετά ένα άλλο έγγραφο είναι το course description, το οποίο είναι περιγραφή των μαθημάτων. Αυτό το ζητούν συνήθως στην Ολλανδία, σαν προορισμό. Το αγαπούν αυτό το έγγραφο. Θέλουν μια περιγραφή από τα μαθήματα που κάνατε στο προπτυχιακό σας. Τι κάνατε, πόσες ώρες είχατε αυτό το μάθημα, τι ECTS, δηλαδή τι βαθμούς ευρωπαϊκούς. Τα ECTS είναι κάτι συγκεκριμένο που έχει κάθε μάθημα. Θέλουν να τα βλέπουν για να δουν κατά πόσο πληρείται συγκεκριμένα ακαδημαϊκά κριτήρια. Θέλει χρόνο και αν δεν το έχετε έτοιμο από το πανεπιστήμιό σας, κολέγιό σας ή ίδρυμα εκπαιδευτικό, θα πρέπει να το ετοιμάσετε εσείς. Άρα, θέλει χρόνο. Εφόσον έχουμε δει και τα έγγραφα, τα βασικά και τα πιο συγκεκριμένα, να δούμε τώρα τι χρηματοδοτήσεις μπορεί να έχουμε, χρηματοδότηση σπουδών, τι δυνατότητες έχει ο καθένας που θέλει να σπουδάσει στο εξωτερικό, ανάλογα την χώρα και φυσικά το πανεπιστήμιο. Υπάρχουν αλλά στη χρηματοδότηση. Δεν θα επεκταθώ σε αυτό, γιατί επίσης είναι ένα μεγάλο κεφάλαιο η χρηματοδότηση και δεν είμαστε εδώ ίσως για να αναλύσουμε τόσο πολύ τη χρηματοδότηση, απλά ξέρω ότι πολύ ενδιαφέρεστε γι' αυτό και θα κάνω μια αναφορά. Μετά από αυτό θα απαντήσω στις ερωτήσεις σας. Βλέπω έχουμε και αρκετό χρόνο να απαντήσουμε σε ερωτήσεις, οπότε ας δώσουμε λίγο χρόνο στο κομμάτι χρηματοδότηση και θα συνεχίσουμε με τις ερωτήσεις. Βασικό στοιχείο είναι τα κρατικά δάνεια. Δεν δίνει μόνο το Ηνωμένο Βασίλειο κρατικά δάνεια. Κρατικό δάνειο για τα μεταπτυχιακά. Υπάρχουν και άλλες ευκαιρίες. Τώρα, αυτό θα το δείτε και συγκεκριμένα, είτε και στη σελίδα μας, στην ιστοσελίδα μας, είτε άμα πάτε στο booth για να μας ρωτήσετε. Πολύ, πολύ σημαντικό να τονίσω το κομμάτι Ηνωμένου Βασιλείου, γιατί ίσως υπάρχουν ερωτήσεις. Μετά το Brexit δεν είναι διαθέσιμο το κρατικό δάνειο για τα μεταπτυχιακά, αλλά αν θέλετε και αν μπορείτε να ξεκινήσετε τις σπουδές σας τον Ιανουάριο-Φεβρουάριο, υπάρχουν προγράμματα, τότε σας συστήνουμε να το κυνηγήσετε. Αν θέλετε δηλαδή να κάνετε ένα μεταπτυχιακό στο Ηνωμένο Βασίλειο και μπορείτε να πάτε τον Ιανουάριο, να το κυνηγήσετε, γιατί τότε θα μπορέσετε να λάβετε το κρατικό δάνειο. Μπορείτε κανονικά. Μετά, Άλλη δυνατότητα χρηματοδότησης είναι οι υποτροφίες. Οι υποτροφίες δίνονται από πολλά πανεπιστήμια. Όχι όλα, αλλά από τα περισσότερα, ειδικά στο Ηνωμένο Βασίλειο. Θα πρέπει όμως να προσέχετε και πάλι, γιατί τα πανεπιστήμια επιλέγουν που δίνουν τα ποσά των υποτροφιών τους. Δηλαδή, δεν σημαίνει ότι ένα πρόγραμμα, ένα humanities πρόγραμμα, ένα πρόγραμμα που έχει να κάνει με τα ανθρωπιστικά, π.χ., μπορεί να έχει υποτροφίες, δεν σημαίνει ότι και ένα άλλο, στο business school, π.χ., θα έχει τις ίδιες. Πρέπει να είμαστε λίγο προσεκτικοί. Πάντα οι υποτροφίες αναγράφονται στη σελίδα του πανεπιστημίου. Έχει μια επιπλέον σελίδα, μέσα στην οποία μπορείτε να βρείτε τις διαθέσιμες υποτροφίες. Δεν είναι πολύ εύκολο πολλές φορές, δεν κάνει μπαμ στη σελίδα τους. Για διευκόλυνσή σας, μπορείτε να δείτε και στη σελίδα μας διαθέσιμα scholarships ή να έρθετε στο booth μας για να σας στείλουμε link. Πραγματικά, είμαστε πολύ περήφανοι για αυτό το tool που έχουμε δημιουργήσει. Είναι ένα tool που έχει σχεδόν όλες τις υποτροφίες από τα πανεπιστήμια που εκπροσωπούμε. Οπότε μπορείτε να μπείτε, να δείτε τι διαθέσιμες υποτροφίες έχει το καθένα από αυτά και σε συνεργασία με μία σύμβουλο να δείτε ποια κριτήρια πληρείτε. Είναι αρκετά τα κριτήρια, αλλά άμα καταλάβετε πώς ακριβώς λειτουργεί αυτό το σύστημα, τι πρέπει να προσέχετε και τι σημαίνει ίσως κάθε μικρή λεξούλα, τότε θα είναι πολύ πιο εύκολο, σας το υπόσχομαι. Μετά, άλλες ευκαιρίες, οφείλω να πω να αναφερθώ στο FINS, είναι το Financial Solution, το οποίο ανήκει πάλι στην Educativa και είναι ένα δάνειο, το οποίο δεν είναι κρατικό, δεν είναι τραπεζικό, είναι ανάμεσα, το παρέχει ο όμιλος, οπότε είναι ιδιωτικό δάνειο, δηλαδή μην έχετε στο μυαλό σας ότι είναι σαν ένα κρατικό που θα πάρετε από την Αγγλία. Έχει μικροδιαφορές, δεν θα αναφερθώ παραπάνω, αλλά το FINS αφορά όλους αυτούς που θέλουν πραγματικά να σπουδάσουν στο εξωτερικό και τα δίδακτρα ίσως να μην τους το επιτρέπουν ή το κόστος ζωής μιας πόλης να μην τους το επιτρέπει. Γι' αυτό το λόγο δημιουργήθηκε. Είναι ένα πολύ μια δομημένη υπηρεσία και μπορεί όντως να βρείτε κάποια λύση σε αυτό. Είναι στην έκθεση, είναι στο booth, αλλιώς μπορείτε να στείλετε ένα mail για να ρωτήσετε παραπάνω πληροφορίες ή να επισκεφτείτε την ιστοσελίδα τους. Υπάρχει στα αγγλικά, είναι βέβαια η ιστοσελίδα τους, να ξέρετε, και στα ρουμάνικα, που είναι τα κεντρικά εκεί. Δείτε τις πληροφορίες. Ήδη στην Ελλάδα κάποια άτομα έχουν κάνει αίτηση, κάποια όντως το έχουν λάβει και μπόρεσαν να ξεκινήσουν κανονικά τις σπουδές τους. Οπότε είναι μια ευκαιρία που φυσικά έπρεπε να την αναφέρω. Και κάτι άλλο που προτιμούν πάρα πολλά παιδιά είναι οι part-time εργασίες. Η part-time εργασία είναι κάτι που δεν χρειάζεται να την κάνετε, να κάνετε κάποια κίνηση πριν πάτε στο μεταπτυχιακό σας. Τις part-time εργασίες συνήθως τα παιδιά τις ψάχνουν μετά, εφόσον έχουν πάει στη χώρα και εφόσον έχουν δει ότι έχω το χρόνο να διαθέσω κάποιες ώρες σε μια εργασία part-time, όχι full-time. Παρένθεση, part-time εργασία στο εξωτερικό δεν είναι το ίδιο με τις part-time εργασίες στην Ελλάδα. Χωρίς να θέλω να προσβάλλω, εννοείται, την part-time εργασία στην Ελλάδα, απλά είναι πολύ πιο ευέλικτο το πρόγραμμα στο εξωτερικό, στις περισσότερες χώρες. Που σημαίνει ότι αν μπορείτε να δουλέψετε μόνο το Σαββατοκύριακο, τις περισσότερες φορές μπορείτε. Και το ίδιο το πανεπιστήμιο σας δίνει αυτή την ευκαιρία. Δηλαδή σας παρουσιάζει τι επιλογές έχετε, εφόσον φυσικά και εσείς θέσετε το ερώτημα στο πανεπιστήμιο. Οπότε, ιδανικά πρέπει να πάτε πρώτα, να έχετε στο μυαλό σας ότι πρέπει να έχετε ένα budget για τον πρώτο καιρό, για τον πρώτο μήνα, να δείτε ότι μπορώ να ανταπεξέλθω σε αυτές τις ώρες και να κυνηγήσετε μία part-time εργασία. Ανάλογα τη χώρα, θα πρέπει λίγο να δείτε αν μπορείτε να δουλέψετε στα αγγλικά μόνο, αν θέλει κάποια επιπλέον, π.χ. να μια ξένη γλώσσα. Συνήθως δεν χρειάζεται, υπάρχουν φοιτητικές part-time εργασίες, οπότε το έχετε. Τώρα, λόγω κορονοϊού, κάποια πράγματα έχουν παγώσει, δεν σας το κρύβω και στα κομμάτια αυτό, αλλά θα ξεπεραστούν όπως όλα τα άλλα. Οπότε, αυτό και για το κομμάτι δυνατότητας χρηματοδότησης. Αφιερώσαμε και λίγα λεπτά σε αυτό. Θα πάμε να δούμε λίγο τώρα. Εδώ είναι φυσικά οι πληροφορίες μας. Εγώ θα το αφήσω ανοιχτό. Αν θέλετε να σημειώσετε κάτι, να σας πω ότι μπορείτε να μας βρείτε στην ιστοσελίδα μας edmundo.gr, www.edmundo.gr, είτε να μας στείλετε mail στο apply@edmundo.gr. Στην σελίδα μας μπορείτε να βρείτε μια contact form. Στην επικοινωνία δηλαδή μπορείτε να συμπληρώσετε κατευθείαν εκεί τα στοιχεία, να γράψετε ίσως κάποιο κείμενο. Και εμείς μέσα σε 48 ώρες, σαν Edmundo, θα σας επικοινωνήσουμε, 48 εργάσιμες ώρες, θα επικοινωνήσουμε μαζί σας για να μπορέσετε να μας πείτε τι ακριβώς ψάχνετε και κατά πόσο και πώς μπορούμε να σας βοηθήσουμε σε αυτό. Μπορείτε να μας στείλετε κάποιο μήνυμα στο Facebook ή στο Instagram. Μπορείτε να βρείτε τις σελίδες μας, να μας κάνετε και follow. Στο τηλέφωνο, απλά πολλές φορές είναι η γραμμή busy, άρα μην αγχωθείτε αν δεν μας βρείτε. Κατευθείαν προσπαθούμε να επικοινωνούμε το συντομότερο δυνατό. Αν δεν απαντήσουμε κατευθείαν, να σας πάρουμε πίσω. Και έχουμε και γραφείο, είναι στην Αθήνα. Τώρα βέβαια δεν πραγματοποιούμε από κοντά συνεδρίες ή δράσεις λόγω της κατάστασης, αλλά πραγματικά όλα συνεχίζονται μέσω της τεχνολογίας, που ευχαριστούμε που υπάρχει. Γίνονται κανονικά συνεδρίες μέσω Skype, αν κάποιος θέλει, επικοινωνία μέσω mail, τηλεφωνικά. Άρα μην διστάσετε να έρθετε σε επικοινωνία μαζί μας. Είπα και που μπορείτε να μας βρείτε. Θα πάω τώρα στις ερωτήσεις. Θα κάνω λίγο stop share screen. Νομίζω ότι με βλέπετε αυτή τη στιγμή. Θα ήθελα λίγο να δω. Για να δω πόσες είναι. Τώρα το ανοίγω. Όσες προλάβουμε, έχουμε 1/4. Οπότε είμαστε καλά. Λοιπόν, η πρώτη ερώτηση που βλέπω είναι: σε χώρες που μπορούμε να πάρουμε ένα επίδομα, τι πιθανότητες έχουμε για να το δικαιούμαστε? Λοιπόν, εξαρτάται τη χώρα, καθώς κάθε χώρα έχει άλλα κριτήρια. Εσείς, άπαξ και κοιτάξτε, τα κριτήρια συνήθως είναι να είστε φοιτητές μεταπτυχιακού, δηλαδή να το αποδείξετε αυτό, και να βρίσκεστε στην χώρα. Μετά κάποιες χώρες έχουν όριο ηλικίας, κάποιες δίνουν επίδομα για αυτούς που δουλεύουν παράλληλα, άρα να εργάζεστε και κάποιες ώρες, οπότε εξαρτάται. Άπαξ και πληρείτε αυτά τα κριτήρια, τότε δεν υπάρχει πιθανότητα να μην το δικαιούστε. Γι' αυτό λοιπόν, άμα θέλετε να τα δείτε και πιο συγκεκριμένα και πληροφορίες για αυτά, στείλτε μας και τόσο συγκεκριμένες ερωτήσεις σαν Edmundo, για ότι θέλετε, π.χ. θέλω να σπουδάσω στη Σουηδία αυτό. Μπορώ να έχω, τι δικαιούμαι, υπάρχει κάποιο κρατικό επίδομα ή δάνειο, η επιχορήγηση. Οπότε, εξαρτάται. Δεν υπάρχει μία απάντηση που μπορώ να δώσω σε αυτή την ερώτηση συγκεκριμένη. Ελπίζω να σε κάλυψα. Ποια είναι τα συχνότερα κριτήρια που ζητούνται για την απόκτηση υποτροφίας? Πολύ ωραία ερώτηση. Τα κριτήρια ποικίλουν. Θα πω ότι είναι το ακαδημαϊκό σας background τις περισσότερες φορές. Δηλαδή, όντως, ένας καλός βαθμός μετράει στο πτυχίο σας. Καλός βαθμός, τι σημαίνει βέβαια. Για κάθε πανεπιστήμιο είναι διαφορετικό. Μπορεί το άριστα για κάποιον να είναι το 8,5 και για κάποιον άλλο να είναι το 7,5. Εξαρτάται από το πανεπιστήμιο, εξαρτάται από το πρόγραμμα. Δεν έχει να κάνει. Και επίσης δεν σημαίνει ότι ένα πανεπιστήμιο που δίνει μια υποτροφία στο 7,5 δεν σημαίνει ότι είναι κατώτερο από κάποιο που δίνει στο 8 ή στο 8,5. Να ξέρετε, μην έχετε κάτι τέτοιο στο νου σας. Οπότε, έχουμε αυτό. Βέβαια, υπάρχουν πολλές υποτροφίες που αξίζει να δοκιμάσετε και ας έχει κριτήριο ότι βλέπουμε και το βαθμό σας. Άμα έχετε όμως ένα δυνατό βιογραφικό και έχετε ασχοληθεί με πολλά πράγματα, πραγματικά μπορεί να σας δοθεί και επιπλέον υποτροφία. Μπορεί να σας δοθεί υποτροφία. Είχαμε πέρυσι μία υποψήφια, η οποία τώρα είναι μεταπτυχιακή φοιτήτρια στο Lancaster University στο Ηνωμένο Βασίλειο, η οποία έκανε την αίτησή της χωρίς να έχει υψηλό βαθμό για τα ελληνικά δεδομένα. Για μας το ψηλό είναι πάνω από 8,5 να έχω, άριστα. Δεν είχε πάνω από 8 σίγουρα. Έκανε αίτηση, είχε ένα πολύ ωραίο βιογραφικό, πολύ σωστά δομημένο, είχε ένα πολύ καλό personal statement και της έδωσαν μια πολύ μεγάλη υποτροφία. Μετά έκανε και μια επιπλέον, γιατί μπορεί ένα πανεπιστήμιο να σας δώσει, μπορεί ένα πανεπιστήμιο να σας δώσει κατευθείαν μια υποτροφία. Είδε την αίτησή σας και έχει διαθέσιμες υποτροφίες σαν τμήμα και σας την δίνει αυτή την υποτροφία, ότι άμα δεχτείτε το offer μας σαν πανεπιστήμιο, τότε θα σας δώσουμε 2.000 λίρες π.χ. υποτροφία, γιατί πληρείτε συγκεκριμένα κριτήρια. Μπορεί όμως να πρέπει να κάνετε κι εσείς μια επιπλέον αίτηση για κάποια υποτροφία. Άρα, μπορεί να πάρετε 2 υποτροφίες. Αυτό συνέβη και στην κοπέλα που σας ανέφερα πριν, πήρε 2 υποτροφίες, οπότε σχεδόν κάλυψε όλο το ποσό των διδάκτρων της. Χωρίς να έχει την αριστεία, έχοντας ένα σωστά δομημένο βιογραφικό και ένα πολύ σωστό personal statement. Πολύ, πολύ σημαντικό. Μετά υπάρχουν υποτροφίες και αθλητικές ή για καλλιτέχνες, ίσως υπάρχουν και αυτές. Είναι πιο λίγες, αλλά σίγουρα αξίζει. Αν κάποιος αξίζει να το ψάξει. Λοιπόν, μετά άλλη ερώτηση είναι πήρα το pre-settled status. Αυτές είναι βαριές ερωτήσεις, θα τις χαρακτηρίσω, γιατί πολλοί μπορεί να μην ξέρουν τι σημαίνει. Πήρα το pre-settled status πέρυσι και εδώ και 2 χρόνια κάθε καλοκαίρι δουλεύω στην Αγγλία. Με βάση αυτά θα μπορέσω να πάρω το δάνειο αν πάω το 2021 και επίσης θα χρειαστώ visa. Αυτό είναι κάτι που η αλήθεια είναι πως περιμένουμε updates γενικά. Το pre-settled status για αυτούς που ίσως δεν ξέρουν αφορά το Ηνωμένο Βασίλειο. Είναι ένα status που μπορεί να πάρει κάποιος εφόσον είναι στο Ηνωμένο Βασίλειο και μετά από κάποια χρόνια το κάνει settled status και θεωρείται, έχει άλλα δικαιώματα, εν πάση περιπτώσει, στο Ηνωμένο Βασίλειο. Πάντως, νομίζω πως να εξαρτάται το 2021 πότε. Δηλαδή, υπάρχουν αρκετά άλλα. Αλλά ναι, άμα είσαι ήδη στην Αγγλία και 2 χρόνια, τότε κατά πάσα πιθανότητα μπορείς να το λάβεις. Πραγματικά, στείλε μήνυμα στην Ετμότο για να το δούνε πολύ, πολύ συγκεκριμένα. Να μπορέσουν να ψάξουν και να μπορέσουν να ρωτήσουν να ρωτήσουμε και πανεπιστήμιο. Για να μας δώσει από την Αγγλία, να μας δώσει κατευθείαν άμεση απάντηση. Μετά, ο μέσος όρος παίζει τόσο σημαντικό ρόλο για να με δεχτούν σε ένα μεταπτυχιακό. Υπάρχει κατώτατο όριο βαθμού. Υπάρχει ανά πανεπιστήμιο. Παίζει ρόλο, αλλά υπάρχουν πολλές λύσεις. Αν κάποιος έχει μιλάμε πολύ χαμηλό, θεωρείται κάτω από 6. Δηλαδή 5 με 6, αν κάποιος έχει, θεωρείται ένας χαμηλός βαθμός. Υπάρχουν λύσεις όμως, υπάρχουν και προγράμματα. Πρέπει όσο πιο χαμηλό βαθμό έχετε, Να είστε και πιο ανοιχτόμυαλοι στις επιλογές. Δηλαδή, μην κλείνετε ευκαιρίες που μπορεί να υπάρχουν. Υπάρχουν λύσεις και πραγματικά αξίζει να τις κυνηγήσετε. Δεν είναι ότι επειδή έχετε πολύ μικρό βαθμό δεν μπορείτε να κάνετε μεταπτυχιακό. Μπορείτε. Οπότε εξαρτάται το όριο βαθμού πραγματικά. Αλλά άμα έχετε πάνω από 6,5 θα πω, είστε safe για πάρα πολλές επιλογές. Υπάρχουν και μεταπτυχιακά που θέλουν και 7, αλλά είναι πιο λίγα. Πρέπει μαζί με τις αιτήσεις να στείλουμε και το βιογραφικό. Ναι, είναι από τα απαραίτητα έγγραφα, οπότε πρέπει να είναι ολοκληρωμένο. Καλησπέρα, είμαι στο τελευταίο έτος του Τμήματος Αγγλικής Φιλολογίας και με ενδιαφέρει το τομέα της μετάφρασης. Ποια χώρα προσφέρει πιο καλά και οικονομικά μεταπτυχιακά στη μετάφραση? Λοιπόν, από την Εντμούντο σίγουρα θα συστήσουμε το Ηνωμένο Βασίλειο, εννοείται, λόγω γλώσσας, αγγλική φιλολογία. Συστήνω ανεπιφύλακτα να δείτε και ένα πρόγραμμα στο Πανεπιστήμιο VUB. Τώρα αυτό είναι πολύ συγκεκριμένο, αλλά τυχαίνει να ξέρω ένα πρόγραμμα που προσφέρει για μετάφραση. Είναι στο Βέλγιο. Αλλά πάλι να στείλετε ένα μήνυμα για να σας έρθει να μπορέσουν να σας έρθει αναλυτική λίστα με προγράμματα που υπάρχουν. Αλλά λόγω γλώσσας θα προσέχετε ότι θα το δείτε κι εσείς. Είναι κυρίως στην Αγγλία, αγγλική φιλολογία. Αν θέλω να ξεκινήσω το μεταπτυχιακό από το Σεπτέμβριο στην Ολλανδία, πότε πρέπει να στείλω αίτηση? The sooner the better, όπως λένε και αγαπημένοι μας Άγγλοι. Στην Ολλανδία πρέπει σίγουρα μέχρι Φεβρουάριο να έχετε στείλει. Εξαρτάται όμως. Εξαρτάται το πρόγραμμα. Υπάρχουν προγράμματα τα οποία κλείνουν πιο νωρίς οι αιτήσεις, μέσα στον Ιανουάριο. Οπότε, δείτε το από τώρα, άμα θέλετε να ξεκινήσετε το Σεπτέμβριο. Εξαρτάται. Πραγματικά, μακάρι να σας πω ότι αν στείλετε τις αιτήσεις σας τότε, είστε καλυμμένοι. Γιατί υπάρχουν και προγράμματα που μπορεί να κλείνουν τον Ιούνιο. Οπότε έχετε πολύ χρόνο. Δεν χρειάζεται, όχι ακριβώς να βιαστείτε, να κάνετε κάποια επιπόλαια κίνηση. Έχετε χρόνο. Αλλά δείτε τις επιλογές σας. Γνωρίζετε κάποιο site που μας δείχνουν την απορροφητικότητα των πανεπιστήμιων και την κατάταξη του σε κάθε τομέα. Για την Αγγλία, σίγουρα το University Ranking της The Guardian, σίγουρα μπορείτε να δείτε. Μετά, για άλλα, υπάρχει το QS, που είναι παγκόσμιο, αλλά γενικά σας συστήνω να δείτε από αναχώρα τις κατατάξεις και ανακλάδο. Γιατί μπορεί ένα πανεπιστήμιο να είναι στην Αγγλία, υπάρχουν αρκετά πανεπιστήμια, ας πούμε ότι είναι 150. Μπορεί κάποιο να είναι στο 100, στη γενική κατάταξη, αλλά στον κλάδο σας να είναι στα πρώτα 10. Είναι πολύ πολύ σημαντική αυτή η διαφορά και θα πρέπει να το προσέξετε. Μην απορρίπτετε πανεπιστήμια επειδή είναι πολύ χαμηλά σε μια κατάταξη γενική που έχετε δει. Υπάρχουν πολύ σημαντικά πράγματα που πρέπει να δείτε για να πείτε ότι απορρίπτω ή δέχομαι ή είμαι ok με ένα πανεπιστήμιο. Σπουδάζω χημεία, τι επαγγελματικές προοπτικές έχω με ένα μεταπτυχιακό στην τοξικολογία και forensic science. Λοιπόν, υπάρχουν πολλά προγράμματα που μπορείς να διαλέξεις σίγουρα και ακόμα και το κομμάτι forensic science μπορεί να είναι και πιο συγκεκριμένο να γίνει. Τώρα τις επαγγελματικές προοπτικές προτείνω να στείλουμε σαν Εντμούντο κατευθείαν στο πανεπιστήμιο για να ρωτήσουμε π.χ. ενδιαφέρεσαι για ένα συγκεκριμένο μεταπτυχιακό, το forensic science, ωραία. Μετά, τι επιλογές έχω επαγγελματικά από ένα τέτοιο μεταπτυχιακό? Γιατί καλός ή κακός δεν μπορούμε να τα ξέρουμε όλα αυτά, αλλά γι' αυτό το λόγο επικοινωνούμε κατευθείαν με το πανεπιστήμιο για να μας δώσει απάντηση. Υπάρχουν επιλογές, αλλά το πανεπιστήμιο θα μας απαντήσει με σιγουριά. Προσπαθώ να απαντήσω όσο πιο γρήγορα μπορώ, είναι πάρα πολλές ερωτήσεις. Λοιπόν, άμα η αναλυτική βαθμολογία είναι μεταφρασμένη από το τμήμα, είναι δεκτό ως έγγραφο, είναι απαραίτητο να είναι μεταφρασμένο, π.χ. από δικηγόρο. Αν την παίρνετε κατευθείαν μεταφρασμένη, από το πανεπιστήμιό σας, τότε είναι τέλεια. Δηλαδή, από τον φορέα κατευθείαν, από το ίδρυμά σας, δεν χρειάζεται να το μεταφράσετε κάπου αλλού. Απλά να στείλετε και το ελληνικό και το μεταφρασμένο, δηλαδή και στα αγγλικά. Μετά, επόμενη ερώτηση. Να κάνω ένα μικρό έτσι, point στο κομμάτι μετάφραση. Μπορούμε να σας πούμε με σιγουριά ότι στους συνεργάτες μας κανείς δεν ζητάει την σφραγίδα apostille, σφραγίδα Χάγης, όπως αναφέρεται από πολλούς. Αλλά αν κάποιος θέλει να κάνει σε κάποιο πανεπιστήμιο που δεν συνεργάζεται με την Edmundo, δεν μπορώ να σας πω με σιγουριά ότι δεν το χρειάζεται αυτό. Οπότε να είστε λίγο να το δείτε αυτό. Οπότε προσοχή με την apostille, σφραγίδα Χάγης. Είναι στο κομμάτι της μετάφρασης αυτό, γι' αυτό το αναφέρω. Καλησπέρα σας, είμαι απόφοιτη τμήματος κοινωνικής εργασίας. Σε τι τομέα θεωρείτε μπορείς να κάνουμε μεταπτυχιακό, να θεωρείτε σχετικά σύγχρονο με βάση τα όσα συμβαίνουν. Αχ, αυτές είναι tricky, οι ερωτήσεις είναι αρκετά tricky, γιατί εξαρτάται από πάρα πολλά πράγματα. Εξαρτάται σε ποια χώρα θέλει να συνεχίσει κάποιος. Θέλει να επιστρέψει στην Ελλάδα, θέλει να είναι στην χώρα την οποία σπουδάζει. Δεν γίνεται, σαν Edmundo, δεν μπορούμε να σας παρέχουμε μια τέτοια συμβουλή με σιγουριά, γιατί δεν έχουμε τέτοια πληροφόρηση από τα πανεπιστήμια που εκπροσωπούμε. Ότι σίγουρα θα μπορέσει να βρει κάποιος εργασία σε αυτόν τον κλάδο, στην Αγγλία ή στην Ελλάδα. Είναι μια έρευνα που θα πρέπει να γίνει, σίγουρα και προσωπική εννοείται, αλλά μπορεί να γίνει και μαζί με την σύμβουλό σας λίγο να δείτε τι επιλογές σίγουρα έχετε μετά στο κομμάτι της εργασίας. Τώρα, social sciences υπάρχουν επίσης, μπορείτε να κάνετε μεταπτυχιακό σε πάρα πολλά πράγματα, σε πάρα πολλά. Δηλαδή, άμα πάρετε το health department ενός πανεπιστημίου που έχει να κάνει δηλαδή και με θέματα υγείας, ακόμα και εκεί μπορείτε να βρείτε πολλά μεταπτυχιακά. Και εννοείται στα humanities, στα ανθρωπιστικά, υπάρχουν πολλές επιλογές. Συστατική επιστολή πρέπει να είναι μόνο από τον ακαδημαϊκό χώρο, δεν γίνεται να είναι από εργοδότη. Το απάντησα αυτό και στην παρουσίασή μου, μπορεί. Το 6,4 μέσο όρο είναι απαγορευτικό, δεν είναι καθόλου απαγορευτικό, ίσα-ίσα, έχεις πολλές επιλογές. Απόφοιτα στο τμήματος επιστήμης τροφίμων, τι προγράμματα μεταπτυχιακών προτείνεται εντός και εκτός Ελλάδος. Υπάρχουν επίσης πολλές επιλογές. Συμπλήρωσε μια αίτηση.
Συγγνώμη, Βίκη, συγγνώμη που σε διακόπτω.
Ναι.
Ακούγομαι?
Ναι, Γιώργο.
Συγγνώμη που διακόπτω, αλλά πραγματικά αυτή τη στιγμή βλέπω τις ερωτήσεις. Θα ανοίξω λίγο και την κάμερα να με δει ο κόσμος. Έχουμε πάνω από 732 ερωτήσεις. Οπότε θα σε βοηθήσω. Προσπαθώ λίγο να τις δομήσω, έτσι ώστε να υπάρχει μια ουσιαστικά δομή σε αυτή την παρουσίαση. Οπότε, αν σε βάλει και εσένα, θα σου κάνω κάποιες ερωτήσεις, έτσι ώστε να καλύψουμε όσο περισσότερες μπορούμε. Γιατί βλέπω και εσύ έχεις πολλές ερωτήσεις και δεν μπορείς να τις απαντήσεις όλες. Οπότε θα πω όσο, δεν ξέρω, προσπαθώ να τα χωρίσω σε κατηγορίες. Θα σου κάνω τις ερωτήσεις και αν μπορείς να απαντάς στις ερωτήσεις αυτές.
Φυσικά. Άμα δεν μπορώ.
Πιστεύω ότι μπορείς. Λοιπόν, αρχικά, επόμενη, δεν ξέρω αν σε διέκοψα μια ερώτηση που έκανες τώρα, αν θέλεις να ολοκληρώσεις.
Δεν την είχα ολοκληρώσει, οπότε μπορούμε να προχωρήσουμε σε αυτό.
Ωραία. Τέλεια. Μία ερώτηση που βλέπω συχνά είναι ποιο από τα δύο πτυχία είναι πιο ισχυρό, το TOEFL ή το IELTS. Ποιο έχει καλύτερη.
Ωραία. Είναι και τα δύο πολύ ισχυρά σαν διπλώματα. Σας συστήνουμε το IELTS γιατί αν υπάρχει κάπου μία εξαίρεση της εξαίρεσης σε κάποιο πανεπιστήμιο θα είναι για το TOEFL και όχι για το IELTS. Έχουν όμοια, στην τιμή είναι σχετικά κοντά. Τώρα, λόγω της καραντίνας βέβαια, θα πρέπει να προσέξετε ποιο δίνεται online. Και τα δύο έχουν δομήσει το online τεστ τους. οπότε μπορείτε να το δώσετε από το σπίτι σας, αλλά πρέπει να δούμε ότι σίγουρα είναι διαθέσιμο στην Ελλάδα ακόμη. Υπάρχουν κάποια ifs and buts, αλλά άμα μπορείτε να το δώσετε σε εξεταστικό κέντρο, τότε το IELTS. Αν όχι, σας συστήνουμε το TOEFL, γιατί η δομή του online test είναι αρκετά καλή. Μπορείτε με ευκολία δηλαδή να το δώσετε. Πάντως και τα δύο είναι πολύ, πολύ δυνατά και έχουν και 2 χρόνια και τα δύο. Από τη στιγμή που τα πάρετε για 2 χρόνια μπορείτε να τα χρησιμοποιείτε για κάποια αίτηση, για κάποια άλλη δουλειά.
Τέλεια. Μία πιο γενική ερώτηση, αλλά τη βλέπω επίσης συχνά, είναι αν είναι περίπλοκες οι αιτήσεις για οικονομική βοήθεια. Ξέρω ότι έχει να κάνει με τη χώρα αυτό, αλλά αν μπορείς λίγο να μας δώσεις κάποια hints για το κομμάτι της οικονομικής ενίσχυσης, είτε είναι αυτό βοήθεια λόγω υποτροφίας, είτε κρατικού δανείου.
Ωραία. Ας πάμε λίγο για τα δάνεια. Στα δάνεια δεν πρέπει να γράψετε για ποιο λόγο χρειάζεστε μια αίτηση ή να πείσετε κάποιον. Και για τις επιχορηγήσεις είναι δεδομένα που βλέπουν. Δηλαδή, με συγκεκριμένα έγγραφα και μία αίτηση online θα πρέπει να δει ο άλλος ότι είναι φοιτητής εδώ, δουλεύει αυτές τις ώρες στάνταρ στην Ολλανδία, οπότε μπορούμε να του δώσουμε, είναι κάτω από 60 χρονών. Άρα, δεν είναι περίπλοκο σαν διαδικασία το κομμάτι της αίτησης, απλά να γίνει προσεκτικά με όλα τα έγγραφα. Της Αγγλίας, αν κάποιος κάνει για τον Ιανουάριο, είναι λίγο μεγάλη η αίτηση, ας πούμε, αλλά με τον οδηγό που θα σας στείλουμε θα δείτε ότι είναι πολύ, πολύ, πολύ εύκολη να κάνετε την αποστολή σας και η αλήθεια είναι ότι ό,τι λάθος και αν γίνει, διορθώνεται. Τώρα, για το κομμάτι των υποτροφιών, πραγματικά εξαρτάται, όπως σας είπα και στην παρουσίαση, αν κάποιος θέλει να κάνει μία αίτηση να κάνει αίτηση για ένα scholarship που έχει αίτηση online, που πρέπει να συμπληρωθεί, τότε τις περισσότερες φορές πρέπει σε αυτή την αίτηση να γράψετε τον λόγο που θέλετε, αυτή την υποτροφία, γιατί πιστεύετε ότι δικαιούστε μια τέτοια υποτροφία, γιατί εσείς και όχι κάποιος άλλος. Δηλαδή υπάρχουν αυτές οι ερωτήσεις που θέλουν προσοχή, δηλαδή από αυτό θα σας κρίνει κάποιος, σίγουρα, αλλά υπάρχουν και οι αυτόματες υποτροφίες που δεν χρειάζεται να κάνετε τίποτα και υπάρχουν διαθέσιμες και θα σας στείλει το ίδιο το Πανεπιστήμιο ένα mail με οδηγίες που δεν είναι καθόλου δύσκολο να τις ακολουθήσετε. Ελπίζω να κάλυψα ένα μεγάλο φάσμα.
Πιστεύω ναι, αλλά για να γίνουμε λίγο πιο συγκεκριμένοι, γιατί επίσης η ερώτηση συχνή είναι το κομμάτι πότε εγώ θα δικαιούμαι υποτροφία όσο αφορά του βαθμού. Ναι, γιατί όταν μιλάμε για κομμάτι βαθμού, ας πούμε, εγώ είμαι μεταπτυχιακός φοιτητής. Τι πτυχίο θεωρείται καλό έτσι ώστε να έχω πιθανότητες για να πάρω μια υποτροφία? Και επίσης έχουμε και κάποια άτομα που είναι στο Λύκειο και ζητάνε με τι απολυτήριο λυκείου μπορούν να διεκδικήσουν. Ξέρω ότι δεν είναι το focus της παρουσίασης, αλλά αν μπορείς να μας πεις για αποφοίτους λυκείου και για πτυχιούχους, τι βαθμοί είναι αυτοί που θα μας κάνουν να είμαστε αισιόδοξοι ότι θα πάρουμε υποτροφία?
Ωραία. Αν είναι διαθέσιμες οι υποτροφίες αριστείας, έτσι τις λέμε, υποτροφίες αριστείας, τότε για τα προπτυχιακά στο απολυτήριο πρέπει κάποιος να έχει συνήθως πάνω από 18 και υπάρχουν εξαιρέσεις, να είστε προσεκτικοί. Και για τα μεταπτυχιακά συνήθως πάνω από 8 είναι το άριστο στην Αγγλία. Με εξαιρέσεις πάλι. Είτε πιο χαμηλά είτε πιο υψηλά.
Τέλεια. Συγγνώμη Βίκη, να κάνουμε πάλι focus για τα μεταπτυχιακά. Η πτυχιακή μετράει?
Πολύ την αγαπώ αυτή την ερώτηση. Μετράει. Ειδικά άμα θέλετε να κινηθείτε σε ένα μεταπτυχιακό που έχει μέσα έρευνα, μετράει. Επίσης εξαρτάται τη χώρα. Αν θέλετε να κάνετε αίτηση σε σκανδιναβική χώρα ή στην Ολλανδία, τότε εκτιμούν ακόμη παραπάνω το ερευνητικό κομμάτι, γιατί με την πτυχιακή κάποιος βλέπει ότι όντως ξέρετε να κάνετε έρευνα. Άρα φυσικά ανεβάζει και τα standards. Άρα είναι πολύ σημαντικό και μπορεί να σας βοηθήσει. Δεν είναι όμως απαραίτητο. Υπάρχουν πολλά προγράμματα που φυσικά δεν την αναφέρουν καν, την πτυχιακή. Πάντως, αν σας δοθεί η ευκαιρία, αυτό και προσωπικά για εσάς, να την αρπάξετε και να κάνετε μια πτυχιακή, γιατί θα σας βοηθήσει και για τις μεταπτυχιακές σας σπουδές μετά, καθώς αυτή είναι μια γνώση απαραίτητη που πρέπει να έχει κάποιος στο μεταπτυχιακό. Μετράει πολύ θετικά είναι η απάντηση και ακόμα και αν δεν είναι ακριβώς πάνω στον κλάδο που επιλέγετε να κάνετε μεταπτυχιακό.
Τέλεια. Βίκη, όσο απαντάς στην επόμενη ερώτηση, αν μπορείς να μοιραστείς ξανά την οθόνη σου στην σελίδα, στο slide που έχουμε τα στοιχεία επικοινωνίας, γιατί που ζητάνε συχνά, οπότε μπορείς να ξαναμοιραστείς την οθόνη σου.
Ναι, εννοείται.
Τώρα να μας απαντήσεις σε ποιες χώρες χρειάζεται η σφραγίδα Χάγης.
Σε ποιες χώρες. Κυρίως οι αυστηρές, όπως μας αρέσει να λέμε, είναι η Γερμανία και η Γαλλία. Αλλά μπορεί να χρειαστεί και σε κάποιες σκανδιναβικές χώρες, εξαρτάται και το πανεπιστήμιο. Ξέρουμε ότι σε πανεπιστήμια, π.χ. της Σουηδίας, τα οποία συνεργαζόμαστε, λόγω συνεργασίας, ίσως δεν ζητούν. Δηλαδή, φτάνει η μετάφραση, απλά να είναι μια επίσημη μετάφραση. Σε άλλα πανεπιστήμια της Σουηδίας, γνωρίζω ότι ζητούν τη σφραγίδα Χάγης. Αλλά πραγματικά εξαρτάται. Πάντως, Γαλλία και Γερμανία και εξαρτάται και σε ποια γλώσσα θα είναι και το πρόγραμμα, συνήθως ζητούν. Ξαναλέω όμως ότι πανεπιστήμιο βρείτε στην σελίδα μας, γιατί έχουμε όλα τα διαθέσιμα πανεπιστήμια που εκπροσωπούμε, δεν ζητούν σφραγίδα Χάγης. Για οτιδήποτε άλλο θα σας ενημερώσουμε και συγκεκριμένα.
Τέλεια. Επειδή πολλά άτομα κάνουν ταυτόχρονα αιτήσεις σε πολλά πανεπιστήμια, υπάρχει κάποια δέσμευση? Εδώ πέρα μια ερώτηση συγκεκριμένα είναι αν κάνουμε αίτηση σε 2 πανεπιστήμια και μας δεχτούν όλα τα πανεπιστήμια, τι συμβαίνει σε αυτή την περίπτωση? Υπάρχει κάποια ποινή δηλαδή?
Αρχικά συγχαρητήρια. Άμα έχετε λάβει θετικές απαντήσεις, δεν υπάρχει καμία ποινή. Εξαρτάται τη χώρα, γιατί υπάρχουν χώρες που πρέπει να δηλώσει σειρά προτεραιότητας στα προγράμματα που δηλώνεις. Να σας δώσω και συγκεκριμένο παράδειγμα που έχει στη Δανία, αν κάποιος κάνει, πρέπει να πείτε ποιο θέλω πρώτο, ποιο δεύτερο, οπότε φαίνεται στο πανεπιστήμιο. Υπάρχουν άλλες χώρες, όπως το Ηνωμένο Βασίλειο, η Ολλανδία, που δεν θα δει το πανεπιστήμιο να έχετε κάνει και αλλού αιτήσεις. Οπότε, αν σας δεχτούν όλα, εσείς μετά θα αποφασίσετε πού θα πάτε. Δηλαδή, δεν είναι κακό. Όταν τόνισα το κομμάτι προτεραιοτήτων, είναι κυρίως για το δικό σας προσωπικό καλό, για να μπορέσετε να προσανατολιστείτε στα έγγραφα που θα κάνετε και μετά. Δηλαδή, το personal statement που θα γράψετε, ίσως το βιογραφικό σας. Είναι καλύτερο για εσάς, γιατί μετά γίνεται αρκετά περίπλοκο. Φυσικά, αν δεν γίνετε δεκτός σε μία επιλογή σας, μπορείτε να συνεχίσετε να κάνετε και άλλες αιτήσεις. Δεν υπάρχει όριο σε αυτό.
Βίκη, άλλες συχνές ερωτήσεις είναι σχετικά με το μεταπτυχιακό. Η ερώτηση δηλαδή είναι αν θα πρέπει να κάνω εξειδίκευση σε εκεί πέρα που έχω κάνει το πρώτο πτυχίο ή κάποιο διαφορετικό αντικείμενο. Μία ερώτηση που βλέπω εδώ πέρα είναι πόσο εύκολο είναι να κάνω μεταπτυχιακό που δεν είναι συναφές με το αντικείμενο του προπτυχιακού μου.
Υπάρχουν επιλογές, μπορεί να γίνει. Ειδικά στο Ηνωμένο Βασίλειο προσφέρονται πολλά. Κάποιες χώρες είναι πιο κλειστές σε αυτό, δεν θα σας πω ψέματα. Δηλαδή τα μεταπτυχιακά που έχουν, επειδή είναι λιγότερα λόγω γλώσσας, τα διαθέσιμα μεταπτυχιακά στην Ολλανδία είναι λιγότερα από ότι τα αγγλόφωνα διαθέσιμα στο Ηνωμένο Βασίλειο. Άρα έχουν και πιο συγκεκριμένα κριτήρια. Ένα από αυτά είναι το ακαδημαϊκό σας background. Άρα υπάρχουν επιλογές, αλλά λιγότερες. Μπορείτε δηλαδή να αλλάξετε κλάδο και υπάρχουν πολλά ωραία προγράμματα και είχαμε πολλά παιδιά που θέλανε να αλλάξουν κλάδο στο μάστερ τους. Οπότε, ναι, μπορεί να γίνει και με χαρά να σας τα στείλουμε τα προγράμματα αυτά.
Βίκη, πιστεύω πρέπει να κάνουμε κάποια επίσης παρουσίαση σχετικά με τις υποτροφίες, γιατί βλέπω πάρα πολλές ερωτήσεις. Κάτι
θα κάνουμε.
Να σου πεις ξανά, πρώτα κάνουμε αίτηση σε κάποιο ίδρυμα, σε κάποιο πανεπιστήμιο και μετά κάνουμε αίτηση για υποτροφία.
Ναι, εφόσον η αίτηση εφόσον το scholarship είναι πανεπιστημιακό και δεν είναι από κάποιον άλλον φορέα εξωτερικό, πολλά ιδρύματα στην Ελλάδα δίνουν υποτροφίες, δεν αναφέρομαι σε αυτά, αναφέρομαι καθαρά στα πανεπιστημιακά, στις πανεπιστημιακές υποτροφίες, πρέπει να έχετε κάνει αίτηση πρώτα. Αν δεν έχετε κάνει, δεν μπορείτε να κάνετε και αίτηση, γιατί πρέπει να δηλώσετε και τον αριθμό της αίτησής σας, π.χ. ή το student ID, αν έχετε λάβει κάποιο ID. Τώρα, δεν... Μπορεί να με διορθώσει και κάποια σύμβουλος να σας το στείλουμε μετά σε πληροφορία αν υπάρχει κάποια υποτροφία σε κάποιο πανεπιστήμιο που ισχύει κάτι διαφορετικό, αλλά πρέπει, τι να σας πω, κατά 95-99% όλες οι υποτροφίες είναι για αυτούς που έχουν κάνει ήδη αίτηση, ακόμη και μην έχουν γίνει δεκτοί στο πρόγραμμα. Δηλαδή μπορούν να μπουν στη διαδικασία να στείλουν την αίτηση για scholarship. Εξαρτάται την υποτροφία. Γιώργο?
Ναι, συγγνώμη, Βίκη, χάθηκα στις ερωτήσεις. Πραγματικά νιώθω άσχημα που έχω παραλείψει πάρα πολλές, αλλά ειδικά κάποιες είναι πάρα πολύ συγκεκριμένες και πιστεύω ότι τα παιδιά θα πρέπει καλύτερα να περάσουν σε συμβουλευτική. Εγώ θέλω να κλείσω εδώ πέρα το δικό μου ουσιαστικά πλαίσιο, γιατί σε όλους παιδιά η συμβουλευτική είναι δωρεάν, οπότε θα σας πρότεινα να μιλήσετε με τους σύμβουλους της Edmundo, ειδικά όταν είναι κάτι τόσο εξειδικευμένο, συγκεκριμένα στη δική σας περίπτωση. Καλό είναι να μιλήσετε συγκεκριμένα με κάποια σύμβουλο για τη δική σας περίπτωση και να προχωρήσετε σε συμβουλευτική. Βίκη, έχουμε περάσει κατά πολύ το χρόνο, οπότε πιστεύω...
1/4 μόνο, έτσι δεν είναι?
Είμαστε εντάξει, ναι. Οπότε σε
Ωραία.
αφήνω να ολοκληρώσεις. Καλή συνέχεια από μένα.
Ωραία. Όπως είπε και ο Γιώργος, μην διστάσετε να μας στείλετε ένα email, να συμπληρώσετε το contact form που έχουμε, γιατί δεν υπάρχουν στο κομμάτι της πληροφόρησης και της συμβουλευτικής, δεν υπάρχει κανένα μικρό γράμμα που χρειάζεται να προσέχετε. Είναι δωρεάν η υπηρεσία μας, οπότε πραγματικά να μας κάνετε αυτές τις ερωτήσεις. Και σας ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ που παρακολουθήσατε αυτό το webinar και συγγνώμη για την καθυστέρηση. Απλά προσπαθήσαμε να απαντήσουμε σε όσο περισσότερα ερωτήματα γίνεται. Ελπίζω να πήρατε πράγματα, να σας βοήθησε η παρουσίαση και είμαστε στη διάθεσή σας με την Edmundo, A World of Education. Σας ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ. Καλό σας βράδυ.
Thank you.